Honourable members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, there being no communication from His Excellency the President, and by the Speaker, we take item numbered 6, correction of votes and proceedings, and official reports. Honourable members, we have for our corrections, votes and proceedings of Friday, 12 December 2025. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, I've been on my feet from page 10, so
Just
if
take
you
me
kindly
to the
indulge
page.
me. Yes, so page 10, item 10, line 2. Speaker, I propose after Jifa, we delete the word there and insert Gomashi. Then page 11, item 15, that's clause 2.
After Jifa, we should delete what?
Gomashi. The word there and insert Gomashi. I think that the spelling for Gomashi is incorrect.
Very well.
Then page 11, Speaker, if you indulge me, item 15, clause 2, the last but one line. The Honorable First Deputy Speaker directed the draft person. I pray that we insert the word to before reconcile. Thank you.
Table office, kindly take note. Then we move back to page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page, yes, Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you so much. Page 18, Roman numeral XIX.
Page 13.
18.
Page
sir.
18, okay.
Yes, sir. Roman numeral XIX. Deputy Director, Department of Social Welfare, Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Welfare. The social welfare should be deleted so that we insert protection. Thank you.
Are you saying we don't have Deputy Director, Department of Social Welfare?
No, Speaker. My correction has to do with the proper rendition of the ministry.
What number are you talking about?
Page 18, Roman numeral XIX.
Yeah, I've seen it. Table of Office, take note.
Okay.
Page 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Yes, Frank Free.
Speaker, thank you. Please, page 30, item 1, line 3. Estimate of the Ministry of. May we kindly delete the word there before health. Thank you.
Table of Office, take note. Page 32, 33, 34, 35. Yes, from Kafriye, 35.
Page 35, Roman numeral XLVII. I think Ankafu psychiatric. The word there, if you could delete it and insert psychiatric, and consequentially at the next paragraph. Thank you.
Table of Office, take note. Page 36, 37, and 38. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of Friday, 12 December 2025 as corrected is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Official reports of Wednesday, 3rd December 2025 under correction. Honourable members, any correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the official reports of Wednesday, 3rd December 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader, any indication?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to vary the other paper and go to, at the commencement of public business, to lay a few papers, Mr. Speaker. And I was 9A. By the chairman.
Speaker.
Yes.
The
Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, the leader unfortunately has failed to convince us why we should vary order of business. And the reasons are not far-fetched. The questions have been lying for a very long time. We had agreed to navigate and get many of the estimates taken. The last time, I think we've done more than 90% of the estimate. We are just heading towards appropriation. And we know we'll be rising soon, 19th thereabout. So, and these questions, we got this question advertised in the name of the minister in charge of public sector reforms. Been on the order people for a very long time. Very, very long time. So we have to take it because we'll be rising on Friday. We have to take this question. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. Besides, front bench, Minister for Agric just wrote to us. I was just given a copy that he cannot come. That's fine. Eric has been a very dutiful person. I won't begrudge him. But his deputy must be here. Yes, if the minister cannot come, Honorable Dumelo should be here. He has to be here. And all these questions, so your application doesn't find favor with us. Find something reasonable to tell us. Of course, we'll consider that bill. We've been giving heads up on that bill, the Bank of Ghana bill. We are going to support you, do it. But before then, the Minister for Public Sector Reform must find her way to the chamber. And then I saw your whip a while ago here. You should step out of the chamber and call the Deputy Minister of Agric. If the minister cannot come, the Deputy Minister must be here. At least that was the agreement. Once the ministers cannot come to come and lay a paper, the ministers must be here. The Deputy Ministers must be. Where is the Honorable Don Dumelo? Where is he? So your application is not finding favor with us. And look at your back. Besides the point, look at your back. Look at here. And look at your back. This one is not funny. The Deputy Leader, don't smile. So go and bring your ministers. At least we have supported you to pass all your estimates, apart from the appropriation. As we got appropriation, we'll help them to pass it. But today, we are not going to compromise for you. Hurry up and go and bring your ministers. Hurry up. Go and bring your ministers. Especially the Agric Minister, as I said, we won't begrudge him. Honorable Eric Opoku is a one dutiful MP I respect. But once he's not here, his deputy must be here. Because of the exigencies of time. We are just about rising. So find something reasonable to tell us. Or colleagues, don't you agree with me? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is right that we have received a letter from the Agric Minister that he is not going to be able to attend to answer these questions. One would have expected that if the minister will not be here, he would have indicated in his letter also if the deputy is available to take his place. But it doesn't say explicitly here. So as we speak now, we need to find out whether the deputy is around. But by this letter, I get the impression that the deputy himself is probably not available. Otherwise, the minister would have indicated that I'm not going to be here, but my deputy will come here to answer the question. So I'll find out for you where the deputy minister is, if he's able to answer the questions. Now, on the issue of what has actually been advertised, I think this has been advertised for a while. So you can understand, the minister has been here on several occasions. I have spoken with the minister as to whether she will be able to answer the questions on a particular day. Unfortunately, because of what we've been doing to do with the estimates and all that. We've not been able to accommodate these questions. So the minister probably doesn't even know or know yet that these questions are still here and whether she will be given the opportunity to be able to answer them when they are asked. So we will look at how, we can get the minister back to come and answer this questions. But you've done well in doing some jabbing. That's okay. But we'll try and get a minister to. But if the minister is not available, that is why I did not request, Mr. Speaker, for us to answer, the minister to come and answer the question. But we'll make that. We'll put the arrangement in place so that these questions are answered. I do agree with you that they should be answered before we actually leave here, and we will do so. Thank you.
We will not litigate this matter, but just to sound a note of, I won't say caution, but just a reminder that, Leader, when you say that you probably do not know if the minister is aware or not, that is not a good expression. Because the table office, there is a lay-down procedure before these questions are advertised. They've been given prior notification, they've been told. So the minister must be in the know. Whatever it is, we can compromise for us to make progress. So we can progress to take the bill. But can I just finish? Leader, I didn't get your point. Well, let me just finish and you can correct me. We can progress to take the bill, item 9A, that's what you called. Yes, we can progress to take it. That is a compromise we will stage for you. However, we will insist, get your whip to call the minister. Wherever he is, he must come. Wherever he is, he must even come with the first flight. Kumasi, Tamale, he must be here. We cannot compromise on these questions. These are very important public sector reform, and you know how important that area of the economy is. And the question has been on the order paper for a very long time. And she is a member of parliament. Yes, the minister is a member of parliament. So, Speaker, we are on the side, we are insisting. Even as we progress to take item 9A, front bench, your whip has already abandoned you. That's fine. But I have available leader. You have available deputy whip. Let him. You can make calls, right? Step up and call the minister for public sector reform. That he must. Speaker says he must find his ways here, and then we can consider the Bank of Ghana bill whilst we wait for the public sector. Again,
Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, you are the one speaking. Why are you asking him to go and say, Speaker says?
Speaker, no, Speaker, you can take that one out of. That one can be expunged. Speaker, I said, with your blessings. Speaker, I said it with your blessings. And I know, Speaker, you have blessed me. So, and the Deputy Minister for Agric, he must also find his way here. The President must be watching. The first reshuffle must happen. Honorable... What's the name? Speaker, they are Honorable Van der Poel, for instance. He is waiting. He has been lacing his shoe for a very long time. The first
Bill's brother. President Bill's brother.
So let's proceed and take 9-1. Speaker, we have agreed with our colleagues. His application finds favor with us. So we'll go 9A. You said 9A. We'll take 9A. But get your available whip to call the ministers. Public sector reform, Deputy Minister for Agri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague understood what I said earlier. I said that the minister, I didn't say the minister is not aware this has been advertised. I said it's been advertised while the minister is aware. She's been here repeatedly to answer the questions, but anytime she comes, she doesn't get the opportunity to do so. But for today, I am not quite sure whether she is aware that today it's advertised. But I understand, for your information, I understand, Mr. Speaker, that the minister is actually around, and we're going to try and get her to come and answer the questions when she gets into the chamber. So yes, item number 9A, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at commencement of public business, presentation of papers, item numbered 9A, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the committee is not around at the moment. I'm trying to get him to the chamber to come and table this paper. But I don't know, Mr. Speaker, can I seek your indulgence and ask another chairman to do that on his behalf?
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the deputy majority. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we want to help the deputy majority leader because it is obvious that he's struggling. It's very obvious that he's struggling. So we want to help you. If there is a member of the committee, you can get the member to lay the report. Fortunately, I was at the committee meeting with Mr. Speaker, so I understand fairly what happened. So get a member of the committee, not another chairman.
Or we can volunteer to do it for you.
Or I can volunteer to do it for you because I was there with Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, actually, we have a deputy minister here. So with your indulgence, I would like to invite the deputy minister to do that on
Honourable
behalf
members,
of the chairman.
is there a member of the Finance Committee here?
Mr. Speaker, this is the economy, actually, and there's no member in sight at the moment.
Very well. Then the item numbered 9A is hereby deferred. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as the deputy majority leader is struggling, I can volunteer to do it. Mr. Speaker, you bear me witness that I was at the committee meeting. So I can just do it on...
But you are not a member of the committee.
Mr. Speaker,
So, deputy majority leader,
Mr. Speaker,
any other
leader,
indication?
Make application for anybody there to do it. We will support you, but not a deputy minister. This is about a chairman of a committee.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the chairman is not around. I was requesting that the deputy minister does it, but in the absence of it, I can get another member to do that on his behalf. You are chair. Mr. Speaker, if I ask the chairperson for gender to do that on behalf of the chairman for the economy, please. Thank you.
Item numbered 9A.
Report of the Committee on Economy and Development on the Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2026.
Honourable members, the report is duly presented and it is for distribution to honourable members. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, item 9B. And then again, I will ask permission to get the Honorable Chair for Agenda to do that on behalf of the Chairman of the Committee on Youth and Sports. Thank you.
Yes, Minority
Speaker,
Chief Whip.
the deputy leader owes this House a duty to let us know where the chairman is, both to the House and to the respected chair. Leader, you can't just get up and say that somebody else should lay the paper. You need to let us know where the person is. And then, if it is the pleasure of the House or the respected speaker, you will be permitted. Leader, you have to do that. Please, get up and do it.
Yes.
Speaker, the chairman, we had an agreement, they have a meeting. And so we agreed that he should be here by 1 so that we could lay. And I'm surprised that he's still not here.
Very well.
So
if that is the agreement, accordingly, the item numbered 9B is deferred. Please, any indication? Yes?
Yeah, Speaker. Oh, why? We are business. Speaker, we want to do 10B. 10B. We'll lay 10B for Minister of Finance. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we want to take item number 10B. The Minister of Finance gave the indication that he will be here to do it himself. He's not here, so we want to. No minister is on the floor. Speaker, so we defer that.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker.
I would have to take 5 minutes suspension and engage leadership from both sides. House accordingly suspended. Members, welcome back. Honourable members, we deferred the presentation of the report of the Committee on Youth and Sports on Ghana Sports Fund Bill. Can we have that paper laid? Then we come back for the questions. Is there any member of the Sports Committee? Youth and Sports Committee.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think we have a member. We have a member here of the Sports Committee. Yeah. So
Minority.
she will do that on behalf of
May the member lay the paper on behalf of the chairman of the committee.
Speaker, we will not object to that, Speaker. We won't object.
Yes, table office.
Report of the Committee on Youth and Sports on the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025.
Honourable members, report duly presented, and it is for distribution to honourable members. Yes, Deputy Minority, we then move to questions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister is here.
Yes, she has already taken the designated seats.
Yeah. So, yes, to question. Thank you,
Honourable
sir.
members, question time.
7. Item 7, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you are welcome. Item 7, question time. Question numbered 236. Standing in the name of Honorable Gloria Owusu, Member of Parliament for Trobu constituency.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 883. Speaker, may I seek your leave to ask the question on behalf of the Honorable Member?
Honorable Member, my leave can only be conditioned on you having the authority.
Speaker, I have the authority by the Honorable Member.
Yes, so say so for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided.
Thank you. You may go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of State in charge of public sector reforms, what specific reforms the ministry is implementing to improve efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Public Sector Reform Secretariat, PSRS, exists to improve the public service delivery by initiating, facilitating, and coordinating reforms for timely and transparent service delivery to promote private sector-led growth and national development using innovation and professional staff. Our vision is to have a responsive public sector with reform services for national development. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the Secretariat developed the National Public Sector Reform Strategy, NPSRS 2018 to 2023, themed Delivering for Citizens and Private Sector, that aim to enhance public service delivery and support private sector growth. The NPSRS 1 primarily focus on improving efficiency, accountability, and service delivery. Mr. Speaker, the public sector reform for resource project was partially implemented of the NPSRS 1 funded with credit facility from the World Bank during the period of 2019 and 2024 to improve efficiency and accountability in the delivery of selected services. Mr. Speaker, the PSRRP, the secretarial coordinator reforms initiated to improve service delivery in some selected public institutions. This included Birth and Death Registry, Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, DVLA, Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, RAG, Passport Office, Public Service Commission, Office of the Head of Civil Service, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, National Information Technology Agency, NITA, Public Sector Reform Secretariat, Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, the PSRRP used these strategies and innovative practices to ensure efficiency and accountability in public service delivery. 1. The business process review and re-engineering to streamline processes of frontline service delivery agencies and other government institutions, such as Drivers and Vehicle License Authority, DVLA, Births and Deaths Registry, Passport Office, and Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, RAG, to deliver people-centered service. Some of these people-centered services included DVLA mobile app. The application has been developed primarily to enable citizens and the motoring public to access various services such as application-related and informational services, payment on DVLA services, and other citizen-centric functionalities. Installation of queue management system for DVLA officers. DVLA mobile services, targeted DVLA services in institutions made use of cashless payment system. DVLA tertiary drive, targeted DVLA services to tertiary institutions made use of cashless payment system. SRAG electronic case management system. This system also has been developed to receive, track, and manage complaints that SRAG handles. The system has enhanced accessibility, reliability, efficiency, transparency, and accountability of SRAG services. It has streamlined SRAG's internal processes, reducing the timelines it takes to resolve complaints and improving the accuracy of data and records. Upgraded the BDR website to a world-class, dynamic and responsive database-driven website, integrating a grievance redress mechanism and a chatbot software into the web portal. Harmonizing of 3 silos applications for the DVL, the Births and Death Registry, into one centralized system to ensure integrity of data and ease retrieval of data. The development of a comprehensive gender strategy for the public sector to streamline gender consideration into the operation of the public services. The standardization and improvement of client services charter include compliance reports to assess the adequacy of the standard for each of the services rendered, ascertain the level of satisfaction of clients, and gain feedback from clients on how to improve services. All ministries, departments, agencies, and public sector organizations are to go by these standards to deliver services. Equipment modernization. The state-of-the-art Equipment such as computers, printers, multi-purpose photocopiers, fingerprint readers, scanners, signature pads, video conferencing system are procured and delivered to selected entities like DVLA, Ministry of Transport, BDR, Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Public Service Commission, Head of the Civil Service, SHRAJ, Ministry of Monitoring and Evaluation, and Passport Office to replace the obsolete equipment, digitalized manual processes leading to the improved efficiency in the services. 5, one-stop shop for service delivery. Mr. Speaker, the Public Sector Reform Secretariat is championing the reintroduction and the establishment of one-stop shops across the country, which will deepen public service accessibility at a centralized level. Mr. Speaker, under the PSRRP, a draft framework and strategy for the implementation of the one-stop shop was developed, drawing from the best international practices and lessons learned from the previous pilot implementation. The Secretariat will undertake a feasibility studies to assess its viability, identify bottlenecks, and determine a viable implementation approach. Mr. Speaker, the OSS will provide consolidated access to multiple public sector services through 3 models. 1, single door, multiple windows will render public service in one physical location. Model 2, single door, single window will deploy trained personnel to render multiple public services on behalf of the respective public institutions. Model 3, no door, no window, will render single window system through a web-based portal, call center, and mobile platforms. This means citizens will have access to passport, driver's license, pension services, government permits, and other key public service through one platform on this model. Mr. Speaker, the citizens of Ghana have high expectations of the service level and experience as they increasingly demand timely, responsive, and transparent services. The OSS can be beneficial, especially to persons with disability and groups of citizens who reside in remote communities. The OSS will present a visible commitment of government to improve service delivery and increase accountability. Mr. Speaker, presently, the Secretariat is working assiduously to finalize the National Public Sector Reform Strategy 2 to build on the gains made from the implementation of the previous one. The strategy aims to re-engineer public sector businesses process, digitalize workflow, create a conducive work environment that enhances productivity and promote discipline across the workforce. Mr. Speaker, a technical committee has been inaugurated to finalize the NPSRS-2. The NPRS-2 is focused on 7 pillars. 1, a citizen and private sector-oriented public sector. 2, a capable and disciplined workforce. 3, strengthening public sector regulatory framework. 4, modern and improved working conditions. 5, strengthening local governance structures. 6, digitalize public sector systems and services. 7, sustain funding for public sector reforms. Mr. Speaker, the NPSRS-2 will also take into consideration emerging issues such as greening public administration and climate change. Mr. Speaker, these indicated above are not exhaustive, and other transformative innovations aimed at driving digital governance will be considered. Mr. Speaker, Open Government Partnership Initiative. The PSRS will facilitate and coordinate the Open Government Partnership in Ghana. The Open Government Partnership is a multilateral initiative aiming to secure concrete commitments from governments to promote transparency and accountability, empower citizens through public participation, and fight corruption by harnessing new technologies to strengthening governance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana signed onto the initiative in September 2011 and has since developed and implemented 4 OGP national plans with specific commitments that the country had reported on the global fraternity through the Global Secretariat. The 5th Open Government Partnership National Action Plan that was adopted and published in December 2023 is under implementation from 2023 to 2027. Mr. Speaker, the 5th OGP National Action Plan contains 18 commitments in areas of transparency, accountability, citizen participation, technology, and open parliament, and justice. Mr. Speaker, these commitments are being implemented by ministries, departments, and agencies in collaboration with civil society organizations and other state actors. Detailed commitments in Ghana's 5th Open Government Partnership Action Plan is as follows, but I will entreat the table office to take the full report on the Open Government Partnership. 1, we have asset declaration. Office is being spearheaded by Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Witness Protection Act by the same organization or ministry, implementation of the Public Accounts Office, which is being done by Parliament and the auditor and the internal audit agencies, anti-money laundering and combating terrorism financing, Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. Mr. Speaker, we have enabling of SHRAJ to administer justice to the people of this country. Then we have Ghana Health Services, which is Ministry of Health, which is spearheading the Ghana Health Service Delivery System that will ensure greater accountability in the health sector by establishing digital platforms to facilitate complaints and feedback on quality of service delivery. Power purchasing agreement in the area of transparency, right to information. I want to mention the right to information because the Secretariat just got an award from the Right to Information Authority, and in that area, we are trying to create a public awareness of the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989, and how it operates and the obligation of public institutions. Pass the regulation to fully operationalize it and provide funding for the implementation of the Right to Information Act. We have citizen participation, that is the Citizen Complaint Center. We have gender equity, which is being spearheaded by the Gender Ministry, and that is why we have the comprehensive gender strategy in our programs. We also have the Technology and Innovation, that is being spearheaded by the Ministry of Communication and Technology and Innovation. That has to do with mis- and disinformation. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, transparency in road sector and flashy health infrastructure program. This commitment is being done by the Roads and the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Thank you very much.
That is a very elaborate answer. Honorable member, is there any supplementary question? Thank you. Yes, Honorable Boama. Have you changed your sitting place?
Mr. Speaker, I came to do some conferment with my leader. Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'll put my questions two in one. The first is referencing the objective of the ministry to promote the private sector-led growth and national development using innovation and professional staff. My first question is, what practical steps have you taken this year to
Honorable member, the rule is you ask one question after the other.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, my first question is to ask the minister, following her response, what pragmatic steps have the ministry taken to promote the professionalism of staff to deliver on this public sector reform? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. Currently, the ministry works with other ministries. We don't work in isolation. We coordinate reforms. So any other ministry that wants to have reforms, we look at their staff strength, their capabilities, to find out exactly what they want them to do and whether they have the needed capacity to go into that particular reforms. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity once again. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's response to this House, referencing the standardization and improvement of client service charters to include compliance reports, he said that all ministries, departments, and agencies and public sector organizations are to go by these standards to deliver services. I know that a number of the ministry, departments, and agencies have not developed the service charters based upon which Ghanaians are supposed to measure their effectiveness and efficiency. Can you assist this House in terms of what is the status of the provision of service charters by these government agencies, and what are we going to do in publicizing it for Ghanaians to know the availability of these charters to hold them accountable? I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the follow-up question. In the answer, I mentioned to you that I have inaugurated a committee that is working on the national public sector reform strategy. And all the agencies and departments are part of that committee. We are about 21 in number. Currently, if you look at the Public Service Commission and the head of civil service, they have their charter and they have their code of conduct. Because of that, we have incorporated all the ministries and departments into it so that we can work together to make sure that all the other agencies that doesn't have or other ministries doesn't have, we work at it to make sure that they also have their own. Thank you very much. And as a nurse, I know that Ghana Health Services, they have their charter and their code of conduct as well. Thank you.
We then move to question number 249, standing in the name of Honorable Samuel Awuku, Member of Parliament for Akuapem North. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 88.3. I have the permission of the Member of Parliament, Honorable Samuel Kwabene-Wuku, to ask the question for and on his behalf.
Honorable Member, we don't work with permission.
Authority, sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. I have the authority of the Member of Parliament, Samuel Kwabena-Uku, to ask the question on his behalf.
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for State in charge of public sector reforms what steps are being taken to digitize public services and reduce bureaucracy delay at key government agencies. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Member, for this brilliant question. Mr. Speaker, the Public Sector Reform Secretariat is taking the following steps to digitalize public services and reduce bureaucracy, which delays key government institutions' work. 1, the National Public Sector Reform Strategy has 2 pillars and are specifically linked to digitalization of public services to reduce bureaucracy and delays. Pillar 1, a citizen and private sector-oriented public sector. In this program, it seeks to optimize processes for digitization transformation by conducting process audits to identify and analyze existing processes to pinpoint inefficiency and bottlenecks. Adopt technologies such as e-governance platform, automated workflows, and digital record keeping to streamline operation. A user feedback loop will be established to regularly review and refine processes based on performance data. 2, this Pillar 1, Program 3, seeks to create one-stop shop at strategic locations and online to provide various related services, provide citizen and private sector with timely, simple, and easy access to public services. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, to re-engineer service delivery business process to reduce waiting time, either in person, online, or otherwise. This includes making service available electronically, turnaround time standards, reducing bureaucracy, and paperwork. Paperwork is now a red tape, so we want to make sure that we reduce the amount of paperwork to simplify forms and documents and creating easy access to information about the services. Pillar 6, digitalize public sector system and services. Under that one, Program 1 of Pillar 6. This seeks to expand and enhance the following activities to increase access to citizens. 1, ensure digitalization to support broader policy making on NITA across the institutions. Educate and train public servants in e-service management under the NITA program. 3, to introduce online service delivery and e-client service charter to facilitate business operation. For example, timely online acquisition of licenses, passports, business certificates, and property identification. 4, to standardize digital operations within institutions and across government institutions. 5, capture and digitalize staff profile for performance appraisal. Mr. Speaker, these steps will target the following key government institutions and frontline service delivery agencies. 1, Births and Deaths Registry, Ghana Immigration Service, Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, DVLA, National Identification Authority, Passport Office, Office of the Registrar of Companies, and the National Information Technology Agencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I only want to ask Pillar 6, where digitizing public sector systems and services. With all the institutions that have been mentioned, are we looking at a specific timeline for some of these things, like the institution that you have mentioned?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. We are doing all these things because we want to make sure that people can work 24 hours in this country. So we are working with the 24-hour economy to make sure that we have put on paper and we are working on come to fruition. So please, I can't give you timelines, but I can tell you that in due course we'll roll it out. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the program 3 of Pillar 1 to seek to create one-stop shop at strategic location and online to provide various related services. This online platform, has there been some steps that have already been taken to look at the platform that is going to hold all this one-stop shop, or is still something that you are looking at?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. About the one-stop shop, it is something that has been done before, and the framework has already been created. We are going to look at the reasons why it didn't work well, and then we now put in measures to make sure that it works well. Because of that, I've traveled to Uganda. The Ugandans call it MESO. We have another model from Azerbaijan. They are ready to help us work on it. And we also have one in Ethiopia. I believe with those kind of benchmarks, we'll be able to make sure that it works well. It's either going to be online or physical in a shop or at a particular place where you can go and get whatever you want in one shop. Thank you. And that is why we have the various models. We look at which model that will work best for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Boma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, referencing Program 1 of Pillar 6, you talked about capturing and digitalizing staff profiles for performance appraisal. You indicated the targeted key government institutions. Can you help this House understand, as at now, what is the status of digitalizing the staff profile and which government institutions, as you have shortlisted currently, have initiated and the status of that? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at
In charge.
the MPSRS 1, we try to work with the institutions to make sure that they have what it takes for us to work with the staff. So the tool will now help us to train the staff to be able to work with whatever we are provided. For instance, if you go to SHRAD, we have the case management. We have the case management system. And in that case management system, we are training staff to be able to use the equipment. We are building their capacity to be able to use the equipment that has been provided in the first phase. So in the second phase, we'll be training the staff to be able to work with whatever we provided for those institutions. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we then move to question numbered 500, standing in the name of Honorable Duke Williams Ellen Kwame Amwako Ata Ofori Ata, Member of Parliament for Fantiakwa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the question of the Minister. To ask the Minister of State in charge of public sector reform how the Public Records and Archives Administration Department, PRAD, digitalization of 55,259 archival sheets and disposal of 8,540 boxes is improving record management efficiency, and what resources have been allocated for further digitalization in 2025? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Public Records and Archive Administration Department, PRAD, is a cost center under the Office of the Head of the Civil Service that is responsible for the paper and effective management of records in all public institutions of government. With the resources allocated by Government of Ghana, PRAD digitized 55,259 number of sheets, exceeding its target of 50,000 number of sheets in 2024. Mr. Speaker, the digitization of the 55,259 sheets and the disposal of 8,540 boxes achieve the following. 1, increase accessibility and sharing of information. In the long run, the digitization material can be easily shared and accessed by a wider audience, regardless of location and time. 2, it supports good governance, accountability, and compliance. 3, improve preservation. Digital copies have helped preserve original materials from loss and reduce handling of records from deterioration. 4, faster information retrieval. Digital materials can be easily searched and retrieved, saving time and effort. 5, cost effective. Digitized materials can reduce printing and storage costs. 6, reduce storage burden of institutions. It helps to remove obsolete records from offices, freeing all storage and working spaces, and prevent overcrowding in record spaces. 7, enhance engagement. In the long run, interactive digital content can engage users and enhance learning experience. Historical heritage preservation. The digitalization of the record materials has helped to preserve Ghana's historical heritage. Mr. Speaker, allocation of resources in 2025, an amount of 138,000 Ghana cedis has been allocated to PRAD for the digitalization of records in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this could be concluded that this amount is woefully inadequate for the department to carry out its digitalization project. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to note from the Minister how many sheets were digitalized in 2025 from that amount of money presented.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, the year has not yet ended, so we can't put our fingers on figures for now, because the year has to end before we know how many papers have been discharged. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask the Minister what help she would need for this House to ask the Minister of Finance for more funding for this exercise?
Please ask specific questions. Any other question?
No other questions, sir.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Yes, Honorable Patrick Yagwama.
Honorable Minister, in your answer, you said that an amount of 130-something thousand was allocated to PRAD in 2025. I want to find out from you if you took into consideration the amount that was allocated to PRAD in 2026 in your answer to this House. Because last week, we approved the budgetary allocation to the Office of the Head of Civil Service, and I made my submissions on PRAD. So I want to find out from you whether this answer looked into the allocations made to PRAD.
The answer that she has given?
Yes.
Well, you can provide answer to his question without quoting what is contained in the budget. If the member wants that, the member can ask a specific question. You may go ahead and answer the rest.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. I looked at the figures, but looking at the figures that has been quoted will not necessarily give us an idea of how much is going to be released to the department or to PRAD. So you cannot for now just say that this is the amount that they are going to give them, because the release has to come from the Minister for Finance.
Honourable members, question time is ended. Honourable Minister, thank you very much for attending upon the House to respond to questions on the order paper for today. Thank you so much. You are hereby discharged. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker,
Well, Majority Chief Whip, before you come in, indulge me to acknowledge the presence of students from St. Joseph Anglican Basic School who are here with the leaders, Solomon Na, Ernest Dako, Agbama Biesa Isaac, and Kwasidan Wisdom. Teachers, they are from Okaikwe South Constituency, member of Okaikwe South Constituency. Are you here? They numbered 66. We also have Ampa Basic School, led by Benjamin Boche, teacher. They are from Efutu. They numbered 49. We also have Nsuachire Basic School, led by Francisca Atamakira, teacher. They are also from Efutu. They number 36. We have National Commission for Civic Education, led by Araba Etiwa Sena Bossen. Amadenu teachers, they numbered 18. I guess they are from various constituencies. Then we have KPCE Demonstration School, led by Entry Alexander, head teacher. They are from Ebuakwa South. They numbered 66. On your behalf, honorable members, I welcome our dear students to Parliament of Ghana and wish them a fruitful visit. We also have in our midst Reverend Father Andrew Neil Lante Campbell, founder of Lepers Aid Committee, in charge of Weja Leprosarium, former priest of Christ the King Catholic Church, Reverend Father, you are most welcome to Parliament of Ghana. Enjoy your visit to Parliament. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I pray that we take motion number 24, Mr. Speaker. This report has been outstanding for some time. So we agree that we take it off the way and then we can deal with the BOG report, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I think we can proceed.
Very well. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to present your committee's report. Oh, yeah, of course.
Honorable, move the motion before.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 24 be taken today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in doing so, I would like to present your committee's report, if I am permitted.
Please do.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this report was supposed to have been taken last week. So copies were shared to members last week, but I've instructed that, yes, you have to have. So if you check on your system, you'll find the copies. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask that the table office capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, a few months ago, your committee, as part of our oversight responsibility, took it upon ourselves to tour some selected regions in the country. Mr. Speaker, your committee touched base in about 5 regions to look at the sanitation and water resources issues across the country. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to note that what your committee found out at the various MMDAs, Mr. Speaker, we have a serious problem as a country. Mr. Speaker, it is important to state here that sanitation is a critical issue globally. If you look at WHO standards, an environmental health worker is to about 700 people. One environmental health worker is to 700 people. But unfortunately, in our country today, an environmental health worker handles over 8,000 people. So you can imagine how terrible it is in our country. Mr. Speaker, when we went round, we've noticed that the issues and the challenges were virtually the same in almost all the regions that we've touched base. And one of the critical challenges we found out in almost all the MMDAs visited was that almost every district assembly, metropolitan, municipal, and district assembly is lacking technical staff. There is inadequate environmental service staff in almost all the MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, fortunately, a few weeks ago, we had the opportunity to meet with the Environmental Health Workers Association here in Parliament. And the issues they brought forward were serious. So, Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of the committee, I want to call on this House and the government to try as much as possible post all the environmental service graduates across the country. Yesterday, you may have heard that the environmental service past students were picketing at the Ministry of Local Government because they have not been posted for the past 5 years, Mr. Speaker, and that is serious. Because, Mr. Speaker, without environmental service workers, Mr. Speaker, without adequate environmental service workers, I don't think this country will make progress as far as sanitation management is concerned at the various MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, if you recall those days, some of us were very young kids then, during the PNDC, early days of NDC era. We used to refer to them as town council, that is town council people. You remember the fear anytime you heard the town councils were coming to your house. Remember
Honorable
the fear
Chairman,
and the discipline in the system.
the Hansard has captured all the reports. So, in conclusion,
Mr. Speaker, I have a few more to say, Mr. Speaker. Let me touch on the critical issues briefly. One of them has to do with non-payment. Mr. Speaker, we all know before a prophet can give accurate and good prophecies, he must be fed properly. Mr. Speaker, the Environmental Health Service Providers Association visited your committee that they have not been paid for some time now. Mr. Speaker, as a country, if you visited, excuse my language, a war-torn country like Rwanda, if you go to Rwanda and you see their practices, what they are doing in sanitation, Mr. Speaker, it tells you that Ghana will have a long way to go. So, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I want to call on government and those who matter to try as much as possible and pay environmental service providers.
in
Mr.
conclusion,
Speaker, they are doing a very good job for this country. Mr. Speaker, if you want me to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I had a
Honorable
few more to say,
member,
but if you want me to conclude,
once you ask the Hansard to capture the entire report as having been read, there is no point reading the report for the Hansard.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just making break points because I am not reading the entire report. If I want to read the entire report, it will take us over almost an hour. But, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to appeal to government and especially our good brother, Atu, who is doing so well so far, to try as much as possible and make payment to these environmental service providers to enable them to do a good job, continue to do a good job for this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Zuera.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the report presented by the chairman of the Water and Sanitation Committee. By seconding the motion, Mr. Speaker, I just want to add that if we going around and listening to all the stakeholders, government agencies, private people involved in the effort to clean up our country, there was one feature that was very constant and which was resources, financial resources, to enable the effective activity of all these stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, it's so easy to reference best practice in other countries. But what we also found in those countries, including Rwanda, is that the system works. The system enables everybody to play their role properly. So in as much as we'll talk about recruiting and posting environmental sanitation workers, we also have to take a step back and look at our own individual activities. As individuals, as citizens of this country, what are we doing to enable a clean environment? And Mr. Speaker, it starts with us. It starts with me refusing to dump that empty bottle after I've drank water and rather putting it in my handbag. It starts with my brother who will refuse to throw that wrapper of a packet of biscuit out there as if it's someone else's responsibility. Mr. Speaker, we all have a duty. In Rwanda, as my chairman said, no one litters. And there is no policeman. There is nothing. It's just that is the attitude. And without littering, we'll have a clean environment. Mr. Speaker, we also found that data, household data, is very crucial to the efforts to keep our country and the environment clean. In the same Rwanda, the system captures everybody. So everybody pays for the cleaning of their environment. In this country, we don't have the data to enable us plan, to enable me pay at the end of the month by Momo. So I'll call the Aboboya today. Today he comes, he says it's 30 cedis. Another day he'll come, he'll tell you it's 50 cedis. Third day he'll come, he'll change it. This is how we are running the issue of sanitation in this country. Mr. Speaker, it's about time that we hold the bull by the horn and take some very serious, drastic, but pragmatic action to involve everybody in the effort to clean this country. In Rwanda, they told us they cleaned their portion of the lake between them and Congo because they say the Congolese dirty the water. So they have permanent patrol on their side. It costs a lot of money to keep a patrol on the water to make sure that the water is clean. This is a system that is responsive to its citizens. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I second the motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Boama, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement or the report read by the chairman of the Sanitation Committee. Mr. Speaker, sanitation in this country is a big concern and worry, for which reason ministry has been created to help improve the state of sanitation in this country. The three critical areas where Ghana faces challenges in sanitation, and you said in the report, include the improper waste management that we do in this country, the lack of infrastructure, importantly trying to establish waste disposal sites, provision of quality drinking water, as well as the all-important lack of hygiene education in this country. Mr. Speaker, complemented or making this situation even worse is the lack of political will, where government continues to deprioritize the issue of sanitation in this country and also stifle the sanitation ministry when it comes to financing of its programs and projects. Mr. Speaker, we sat in this House and approved the budget for the Ministry of Sanitation. And then as at the end of year, when the 2026 budget was read, we all saw clearly that the ministry had been underfinanced or under-resourced by almost 70%. And so how can we expect the Ministry of Sanitation and Water to be able to do and deliver on the issues that it prioritized for the year 2025? Mr. Speaker, per this report, we cannot, as a House, continue to belabor the point when we have put responsibilities in the hands of the state, led by the government, led by the president, who also has a minister responsible for water and sanitation, to be able to lead the charge and help us improve the sanitation. He talked about the town council practice. We all know about it, but what resource are we giving the assemblies to be able to deliver in improving the sanitation situation? People are dropping rubbish and garbages all around our country. How have we provided the needed waste bins across very, very key areas in our cities or in our towns to be able to minimize these issues of dirt and insanitary conditions? Mr. Speaker, I would like to make this recommendation, and it is in tandem with what they said. One, government should prioritize the issues of sanitation. Prioritization means they should make available adequate resources for the ministry to be able to manage and improve on our sanitation. We talk about making Ghana one of the cleanest countries in Africa, but what are we seeing? Continuous deterioration in our sanitation condition. Read your manifesto. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to join on all fours with our colleagues that we improve on the sanitation condition in this country. Government should release funding to support the ministry so that at the end of the day, we can all see a better and a clean country. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker, I thank you sincerely for giving me this opportunity. Speaker, listening to the chair of the committee, there were a few things I picked. And one is a matter I'd had the opportunity of raising here. Speaker, it has to do largely with mindsets. The way and manner we believe that we can litter. There is no caution whatsoever when it has to do with littering. People see drains, and they actually dump refuse into drains. And Speaker, people actually do so when it's just about to rain or the rain is about to fall. As Speaker, we watch them, and the kind of black polythene bags and the content of those polythene bags. Speaker, if we do not take steps, as we speak today, there is some sort of surge in COVID again. And why? It's because of the way and manner we deal with issues of the environment. Speaker, the chair raised a very salient point on staff numbers. The number of people we have, we call them the MEHO or DEHO, Municipal Health Officer or Environmental and Health Officer or District Environmental and Health Officer. Speaker, the numbers we have in the respective district assemblies, as in people who are operating as DEHOs and MEHOs, Speaker, their numbers are a matter we would have to deal with. Seriously understaffed. When you go to Accra Metropolitan Assembly, you would not have more than 2 MEHOs. Metropolitan Health, Environment and Health Officers, you have. And when they have some sub-districts, then it means that those sub-districts are being run by people who are not the right staff. And Speaker, this is what happens when the mindset is not the right one. Because for someone, he or she choose gum. There have been instances even in this chamber. You would end up trampling upon chewing gums. And you're asking, even if we are doing so around this area, what do you expect my people, wherever they find themselves, to be doing? So we need some sort of revolutionary education on health and the environment. We should know that dumping at the wrong places. Because when you come to my constituency, there is a whole place that is now being covered by garbage. When he said it was a Ramsar site. The president advised and directed that that place should be taken care of. No action has been done. No action has been taken whatsoever. Because when you also come to the non-payment of these workers, especially those who are in the uniforms of Zoom Lion, I reiterated here that they have not been paid close to 9 months. So how do you expect them to go to work? And their pay. We used to say that their pay is like Tewu pay. This one is less than Tewu pay. Very small amounts of, and some of them are our grandmothers. They are very old, but they are being kept still in this function. Let's recruit the right caliber of people, stronger men and women. Those who are at the age of retiring, let's find a better package for them. Let them exit in a very proper manner. And pay them properly. Speaker, with all of this, we should also open up for the issue on sanitation to be catered by a larger group of people, not one company. Speaker, if it is one company, just go. Now, even within the airport surroundings, garbages are not being lifted by the sanitation service providers. And it is because there is no competition. There is the belief that one person is able to do it. Meanwhile, that one single company is unable to perform. Speaker, if we are able to take this up seriously, these days, people prefer traveling to Ebri because it has a better environment. Some of us have not been able to purchase lands there. But Speaker, if that is going to be the situation, we'll all round up to Ebri, and that place will also be congested. And the mindset will start there again. People will start littering, they will start pulling down, felling trees, and all manner of activities, which will then end up affecting our environment. Speaker, today you are healthy. I'm healthy by God's grace. And so, it should be a proper position for this house, this August House, to consider, just like the majority leader once said, charity begins at home, to begin from our homes, to lead lives that are environmentally friendly so that we can call ourselves legislators, people who think about the environment. Speaker, with all of this said, I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Deputy Minority Whip. Yes, Honorable Asandari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The name is Honorable Sandari.
Thank you, right?
Not Asandari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just also want to add my voice in support of the report taken by the chairman of the Sanitation Committee. Mr. Speaker, there's a direct relationship between the environment and the health of the people. Mr. Speaker, no matter how nice a man dresses, if his or her environment is dirty or not clean, that man is not clean. And Mr. Speaker, environmental health is something that we should take seriously because, like I stated, it determines our health as a people of this country. So measures should be taken to ensure that our environment is clean. Mr. Speaker, one thing I want to add is that our monthly or quarterly sanitation days, yes, it's a good measure, but we should go beyond that, and for me to have daily sanitation days where everybody, your environment, every household must take steps to clean your environment every day and not wait for monthly or quarterly sanitation days. And I want to add my voice to the chairman that we should look at how we motivate, we pay our environmental health officers so that they can do good job and ensure that our environment is clean. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I'm grateful for indulging me. Let me remind the House, if we all do remember, Speaker, when we were considering the estimates for the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, Sanitation, that was religious affairs. There was thunder all over. Thunder all over. And the majority leader had a cause to raise the matter. I think this matters if we are putting it in proper context. First of all, let me ab initio commend the chair and the leadership of the Committee on Sanitation and Water Resource. Detailed works done, visiting almost 5 regions, Chairman, 5 regions, and I'm also aware you visited other countries to look at best practices, then we can compare and contrast. So these are matters we cannot belabor. And I intend to limit myself to specific portions of the report. Separation of waste. There's nowhere in the world that waste is not separated. It is only in Africa or in Ghana that it's difficult to separate waste. That we can separate the biodegradable waste from the non-biodegradable waste. We are not doing that. In other jurisdictions, there are designated containers for biodegradable waste. And that is the start of waste processing. Speaker, if we can't process our waste, which is a resource, if we can't process our waste, then we are wasting the waste, so to speak, because this waste can be converted to other forms. For instance, waste into energy, electricity generation, all over the world is done. And we generate so much. Now, our greatest challenge is how to even decommission landfill sites. Landfill sites all over the country has become a death trap. And we cannot pretend all is well. It's a problem. If you come to Insumia, a suburb of Insawama Dredri, latchet is being produced, which is seeping into the water table of the environment. And that is poison, practically poison to flora and fauna. So, Speaker, we have to, as the Honorable Jerry said, we also have to change our ways. Our way of life has to be changed. But the thrust of the matter is that we cannot treat this as, it must follow the core activities of the ministry. Waste is huge. And he concluded, I was very unimpressed when the chairman said that Ato is forcing. Where is he forcing? Service providers. Then listen to me first. Well, he's trying, but it's not good enough. That's fine. Speaker, solid and liquid waste service providers. Colleagues, just listen to me. Solid and liquid waste service providers, Speaker, for close to 1 year have not been paid. Where is Ato forcing? Tell me. Ato is not paying. Ato is not paying. He's not paying. This, Speaker, these waste providers, for instance, the liquid waste generated by Parliament, I am aware the service providers for close to 1 year have not been paid. And we risk epidemic. I want to pray. Speaker, I will be very glad, and Speaker, I know you are not the type who, you are not a fan of consequential directives, but Speaker, I will pray your office. This matter cannot be left hanging. Sanitation portends on health, and health portends on productivity. So I would be glad if there could be some directives for an engagement with the finance minister to make sure that all the service providers, sanitation service providers, are paid. Ato is not paying. Ato Ntia. To it, Ato is not paying. Ato Ntia. And the service providers are crying. So I see my good friend wants to speak. If it's the case that he wants to support, I'll yield to him. He should support me so that we'll get the finance minister to Tia. When the finance minister Tia, the service
I believe strongly he's up because you've converted the house into a tree speaking platform. That is why he's up. So if you can refrain from speaking tree and stick to the official language, he won't take point
Speaker,
of order.
I'm guided accordingly.
Yeah, so let me hear Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways.
Mr. Speaker, my good friend, the Minority Chief Whip, is giving the impression that the current finance minister is not paying, and he said it in tree. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that this finance minister, within the past few months, has paid more than any finance minister within 1 year. Mr. Speaker, today, Mr. Speaker, he is up to date with common fund to the extent that Adaklu Assembly has got money sitting in our accounts to pay for services they are procuring. Mr. Speaker, NHIS is fully up to date. Get Fund is fully up to date.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is that sanitation is a very important issue. But Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example. When I became an MP in 2013, a service provider was taking money at source from the Adaklu District Assembly Common Fund for providing certain services. I wrote to that service provider and said that you've taken money belonging to Adaklu Assembly and you did not provide the services. That service provider agreed, and today, Mr. Speaker, if you go to Adaklu and you see a water tanker there, it's a compensation for taking money from Adaklu Assembly and not providing the service. All we are saying is that, yes, sanitation, and I agree with my colleague Jerry, when he says that, why do we actually not tackle the issue at source? I drink sachet water and then open my vehicle window and then throw it onto the street because there's somebody who is supposed to clean it and then how do you call it, and be paid for it. What about us saying that we should be a cleaner country? Doesn't mean that we should pay for the cleaning. Rather, we should say that we will be more cleaner in our attitude towards the environment, that we don't litter things around. But it's always about pay sanitation workers, pay sanitation workers. What about actually stop littering so that we can reduce that? So, Mr. Speaker, I agree. But all those who are providing services in sanitation across the country must also be accountable. There's no free money in this country. That every time people actually are insisting that it is their right to take public money and pretend that they are cleaning places. Mr. Speaker, as of the time, one of them was supposed to be cleaning Adaklu. My district capital didn't even have 1 inch of tarred road or anything. When you go to the district capital, there's no litter. Yet, they were still cleaning when there was no litter to clean. When there was, in fact, the place was clean, they were still doing so much fumigation. When we never saw anybody doing any fumigation anywhere. Mr. Speaker, reset means that it's an accountable time. There's no free money for certain service providers to be taken for doing nothing. If Adaklu Assembly want to engage anybody to do cleaning there, let them engage them at the district assembly level. There's no central source of cash for anybody to take. Mr. Speaker, I thank the maker of the statement, but I'm a bit worried that the statement did not focus enough. The report did not focus enough on cleaning our services. And Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that ATO is actually paying and has paid within the last 11 months more than any finance minister in the history of our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this short.
Yes, Honorable.
Speaker,
Honorable Deputy Whip.
Speaker, let me try and conclude. The road minister mentioned other payments that are ongoing. I'm not disputing that. Unfortunately, that is not a subject matter for discussion. The Common Fund, the NHI, we are aware payments, some good payments have been done. That's not in dispute. What is in dispute is the service providers whose services have been rendered and the monies have not been paid. That is the crux of the matter. So I want to pray you, because I'm sure this matter has come to your notification. This discussion cannot be left hanging. And this is the people's representative. We should, because some directives should be sent to the minister and these service providers. Chairman, I'm surprised you didn't speak to these payments that are hanging. Service providers payment that are hanging close to a year. We should engage and make sure that if all of the outstanding payment cannot even be dealt with, some good advances should be made to them. And I think that will go a long way to up their hand in the delivery of their service. So we can't leave this matter to hang. But let me conclude by thanking the committee for bringing this matter to the House floor. And we must proceed to see to its logical conclusion. It cannot be an adoption of the report and it ends there. That cannot be too good for us. I thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record the fact that this committee embarked on a tour of sanitation facilities across the country following the recommendation of leadership that committees should be out there in the field, engaging constituents, engaging agencies and institutions that they ought to be superintending over, so that they can have a clear appreciation of the issues on the ground and report back to the House so we can take the reports, debate them, and if there are commendable recommendations that we can make to the executive arm of government, we can make those recommendations, and the people will begin to see that parliamentarians are on top of the issues, parliamentarians are paying attention to the issues on the ground, and parliamentarians are contributing their voices to defining solutions to the problems in our communities. So I want to commend the chairman of the committee for taking his committee across the country and bringing us this very, very useful report. I urge other chairpersons of the various committees to do same during the recess. I know during recess you're supposed to be in your constituencies with your families and etc. and taking time off to rest, but also take time to tour the country and find out what the situation is, so that when you resume, we can take these reports and try and deal with them. Mr. Speaker, on the substance of the report, let me indicate that what I see is quite a scary situation. I see, for instance, in paragraph 7.1, that the committee in the Greater Accra region, in the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, red flagged the volume of waste generated relative to the capacity to manage. And it says that the metropolis generates about 4,000 tons of waste daily. 4,000 tons of waste daily. Existing facilities can only support the management and processing of only 2,000 tons. Mr. Speaker, leaving the remaining 2,000 tons. Mr. Speaker, this is a national crisis. This is a national crisis. If the foremost metropolis in our national capital generates 4,000 tons of waste daily and has only the capacity to manage 2,000 tons, half of it every day, where is the other half going to? Where is the other half going to? That is why I say this is a national crisis. We must sit up as a people. If this is a situation in our national capital, where all 276 members of parliament sit and work, where our presidency sits and works, where all our ministries and government agencies sit and work, where all the most important officers in the private sector sit and work, and where I will say most of the elite of this country live, if that location of our country generates a daily waste of 4,000 tons and has the capacity to only manage 2,000 tons, I am wondering what is happening in the various cities across the country. Mr. Speaker, that is why I say the report of the committee raises a major red flag. And as a people and as leadership, we must sit up. Mr. Speaker, as chairperson of the Independent Constitutional Bodies Committee, I am responsible with my colleagues to oversee the Common Fund Administrator and the fund itself and its distribution. It has come to my notice through petitions presented to me and the committee that in the past, allocations were made through the Common Fund for the management of sanitation. Mr. Speaker, we are being entreated as a committee to reconsider the current allocation of the fund. Let me state that we have considered the petitions carefully. One, in the past, the common fund used to pay for sanitation under an item known as National Sanitation, Management. Huge amounts of money used to be put there. With the decision of this government to make sure that 80% of the monies go directly into the accounts of all district, municipal, and metropolitan assemblies, it is no longer possible to maintain that item in the formula. No matter what we say, within the formula, the various assemblies are authorized to use, I think, 10% of the allocations given to them to manage their sanitation. What used to happen in the past, I thought was unfair, was that out of the bigger basket, a chunk of the money is taken and used to maintain major sanitation infrastructure, which were mostly in the major cities, including Greater Accra and then Kumasi and Takoradi. So what it meant was that the people of Boku or the people of Sandima were subsidizing the lives of those living in Accra. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why I continue to support the policy of the President that 80% of the common fund money must hit the accounts of the various metropolitan, district, and municipal assemblies. But I do agree that we need to invest. We need to invest in sanitation infrastructure. The question is, where should we find the resources to invest in sanitation infrastructure?
Majority Leader, I've seen a former deputy leader on his feet.
Leader, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I just rise to supply some useful information to the Majority Leader.
Well,
Majority Leader.
Well, hold on. You are up on information.
Yes.
Well, the rule is that if it is information, are you willing to yield?
But Mr. Speaker,
are you willing to yield? Majority Leader, are you willing to yield? Majority Leader, are you willing to yield?
I'm not yielding to him, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, very well. He's not willing to yield, so you can supply him the information.
I need to run.
Yeah, Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, so the question then is, there is a critical need to finance sanitation infrastructure in the urban centers. The assemblies in the urban centers on their own and based on the allocation made to them cannot afford to maintain those critical sanitation infrastructure. You cannot say that Greater Accra Metropolis should manage the waste treatment plant in Greater Accra because they cannot afford to maintain it. The allocation made to them is woefully inadequate to maintain it. The question then is, what should be the solution? Mr. Speaker, property rates is the solution. Those who have their property in Greater Accra, those who have their property in Ashanti, those who have their property in the urban cities, it is those properties and the occupants of the properties who are causing the waste problem. So those properties and the occupants of the properties must pay for the waste that is generated by them. That is the basis of the polluter pays principle. You cannot choose to come and live in Accra, then I will remain in Boku, and yet I'll be subsidizing your waste management through the common fund allocation, which money should have come to people in Sandima, people in Jirapa. It is sent to Accra so that Accra can help manage its waste. Experts have said that property rates can go up to 18 billion Ghana cedis per annum if we collect them. We are not collecting the property rates, and those generating the waste are living in those properties, and yet others are being called upon to pay for the management of the waste. I think this is not right. And I agree with Atu Forson that the money should go directly to the districts. So let us see how we can collect property rates and use some of that money to pay for the waste management infrastructure that these cities are hosting. Because when you look at even an analysis of properties and their values, Greater Accra alone has, I believe, more than 2/3 of most valuable properties in the country. So if we have 18 billion in property rates that we are not collecting, it means that Greater Accra alone has a potential to generate not less than 5 billion Ghana cedis per annum. I have looked at the figures, and what is needed to manage the waste is about 1 billion Ghana cedis per annum. So if you are collecting the 5 billion from all the properties in Greater Accra, and you put 1 billion into sanitation infrastructure and the maintenance of the infrastructure, you will still have an outstanding 4 billion to put into other infrastructure such as inner city roads, drainage, and other facilities that will make life more livable in the communities in Greater Accra. So, Mr. Speaker, I do admit that we have a national crisis. We must sit up and find a solution to this crisis. But it cannot be a lazy solution. The lazy solution was a system where we just said, oh, common fund has a basket of money, so let's just dip our hands into the common fund and take the money and then just give it to sanitation management. When the real cause of the waste is the property sitting in Greater Accra, and nobody is figuring out how to collect the property rates and use it for waste management. So I urge colleagues that the committee working together with the local government committee and the finance committee must sit up, come together, and then brainstorm around how we can collect property rates and how the property rates money can be channeled into supporting sanitation infrastructure. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I think that sanitation infrastructure, such as huge drains that would move the waste to treatment plants, and the treatment plants and landfill, are major public works infrastructure. They are not the sole responsibility of the local government ministry. In many countries, such infrastructure are the responsibility of the ministry responsible for public works. So the Ministry of Works and Housing must be given adequate budgetary support so that they can construct and maintain the sanitation infrastructure. It cannot be the sole responsibility of the local government ministry or even the various district assemblies who clearly don't have the capacity to invest in such massive public infrastructure. So I think that as a house, we must advocate for the ministry responsible for works and housing, which generally oversees public works, to be given adequate budgetary allocation to be able to construct the needed sanitation infrastructure in the various municipalities that are very populous and need additional support to manage their infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, there are many issues that have been raised and flagged in this report. I cannot delve into all of them due to the constraints of time, but I want to conclude by once again commending the chairman of the committee for such a diligent job and encouraging him to continue to tour the various facilities, bring the issues on the floor, let us debate them, let us find amicable solutions and make recommendations to the executive. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I will put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader. Honorable members, in the meantime, let me acknowledge students from Elite Smart Kids School, led by Lucas David, a teacher, and they are from Ablekuma North, the number 37. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Speaker, may we take motion number 34? I'll do that. The Bank of Ghana amendment. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is unavoidably absent, so I pray that we humbly request the Minister responsible for roads and highways to take this on his behalf, Mr. Speaker. I know the minority chief whip says it's
Minority chief whip.
I don't know why they always set traps for me, but no problem. Speaker, I will not object to that. The road minister should go ahead and do the needful.
Very well. Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, you may move the motion numbered 34.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion number 34 on today's order paper, page 11. And so do, Mr. Speaker, I move that the Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion move. I will therefore call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report. So, Chairman for Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you. I rise to go ahead to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Member, at second reading, we don't second motion. That is why I'm calling on the chairman to present the committee's reports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And on the order paper is Minister for Finance moving the motion, calling on the committee to present the report. So just present the report without seconding the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 was presented to Parliament.
Speaker, just to draw your attention, I got a copy of the report and I perused it. And Speaker, also to reference you to Order 160, and Order 167. If it is the case that we are coming under 167, Speaker, basically to look at a full debate, that's fine, and it's in compliance with 167. However, so if you look at the report, page 1 of the report, item 2.0, it also talks and references Order 160. Two fused together, 160 and 167 being put together in one report. That is not our practice. That is wrong. So what he should do, because the report captures the two in one, he should seek the leave of the House, or Speaker, your leave, and either stick to 167, which is second reading, after which we can look at 160, which is about the agency, taking it under certificate of agency. But as it's now, the report puts the two together, and Speaker, that's not right.
Chairman of the committee, may you present the committee's report?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 was presented to Parliament by Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, Mr. Thomas Nyako Ampem, in accordance with Article 174 of the 1992 Constitution and Standing Order 165 of the House, and read the first time on Wednesday, 10th December 2025. Mr. Speaker, I will therefore entreat the Hansa Department to take this bill as having been fully read, whilst I touch on few areas. Mr. Speaker, on the agency of the bill, in response to the need to pass the bill urgently, the minister indicated that the bill was one of the International Monetary Fund, IMF program with government, and it was also conditioned precedent
for the drawdown of the next tranche of IMF support to the country. The next drawdown is expected to be released by late December 2025. The minister also indicated that the bill, if passed, will enable the bank improve monetary efficiency, enhance the bank's operational and institutional framework, and help to restore confidence in the financial system of the country. Mr. Speaker, in view of that, the committee proposed a lot of amendments, which we want the House to assist us to consider them. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee, having thoroughly examined the bill, recommend to the House to adopt its report and pass the Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 into law in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution and Standing Order 203 of the House. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move report presented. At this point, full debate will ensue on the basis of the explanatory memorandum accompanying the bill and the report of the committee. The floor is now open. Yes, Honourable Isaac Adongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the amendments that have been proposed together with the bill that have been submitted by the Minister for Finance is well intended to ensure that there is proper coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana in order that the country is able to deal with the challenges of some emergencies that may befall this country. Mr. Speaker, not long ago, the country experienced the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, at the time, we didn't have a rigorous program at the Bank of Ghana to assist the government to navigate the challenges that ensued, especially that we had strictly, per the laws of the Bank of Ghana, restricted this country to 5% of the previous year's revenue. But of course, we do appreciate that there are instances where the central bank, together with the Ministry of Finance, should be empowered to go beyond the ceiling of that 5%. And when those things occurred, we basically were grouping in the dark because the central bank did not have an enabler that could support the government to deal with those measures. But Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to ensure that even when those instances occur, these provisions are not abused, and that Parliament retain the ultimate authority to approve and monitor the disbursement that would ensue from those circumstances. Mr. Speaker, because of this, I see this to be a very good law. First, to maintain the process to eliminate the level of fiscal dominance that we had in the past. But even if we have to do that, there are clear rules to ensure that the executive comes back to this House to obtain the necessary approvals and ratifications to be able to address those challenges. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I wish to encourage all my colleagues to support this bill so that we can have a better bill that coordinates the performance of the government and the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Buama.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report of the Committee of Economy and Development on the Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, the report takes us into the existence or the establishment of the Bank of Ghana and the need for us to do appropriate amendments on the existing Bank of Ghana law. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana is supposed to be our central bank. When the Bank of Ghana fails to deliver on its mandate, the entire country stands at its own peril. And so, reviewing the reports of this committee, Mr. Speaker, I want to make some few comments on some of the clauses and then my understanding of them and its impact on the operations of the central bank. Mr. Speaker, one key amendment this bill seeks to do is to increase the tenure of members of the Board of Bank of Ghana from 4 years to 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that it is for some good reason that they intend to increase the tenure of service for members of the board. But it is not just about extending the number of years of a board. That makes the board effective and efficient. It is as to the processes, the procedures, the streamlining, the guarantees that we want to see to the bank in its operationalization that will emphasize on the effectiveness of the board or otherwise. And so I would want this House not just to be swayed by the 5 years intended increase of the years of service, but as to what empowerment, what does the new bill seek to empower the Bank of Ghana to deliver on its mandate. Mr. Speaker, the report also speaks to an intention to bar certain officials from serving on the board of Bank of Ghana. And this includes stopping or barring members of parliament to serve on the board of Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I think that is very injurious to the operationalization of the central bank. Why do you want to stop members of parliament from serving on the board of BOG? It doesn't accord to me any rational thinking. Members of parliament are representatives of the people, and the central bank is supposed to also work in the interest of the people of this country. Why do you want to take members of parliament off the radar of serving on the board of the BOG? How do we exercise oversight beyond sitting here as committees? Members of parliament ought to have the ability to serve on the board of BOG. What are they trying to hide from the people of Ghana? Why? Are you doing this because of Honorable Adongo? Honorable Adongo, are they bringing in this legislation to stop you from serving on the board of BOG? It doesn't accord to any rationality. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this bill, yes, is coming before us. Parliament has the power to amend some of the provisions of this particular bill. And I believe that this House, at least in preserving the sanctity of Parliament and its oversight on the BOG, will not countenance removing members of Parliament to serve on the board of BOG. Mr. Speaker, without more, I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Buama. Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to support the report before the House. Mr. Speaker, to allay the fears of my honorable colleague, the amendment is before this House. We have the opportunity to either accept or reject all the drafting instructions they gave to. So, Mr. Speaker, when you get to the clause by clause, they'll move the amendment, and we are here. If we are going to support it or not, the ball is in our court. But, Mr. Speaker, trying to enhance the autonomy of Bank of Ghana, I think is a good thing all of us must support. We were in this country where we were told that there are a crisis in the financial sector, and we needed some 15 billion Ghana cedis to deal with the financial sector crisis. They ended up spending 25 billion. The last report that we have from the Ministry of Finance quoting 33 billion. in the 2026 budget, we need an additional 3 billion Ghana cedis to deal with the financial sector cleanup. In all these, the Parliament was not aware. Nobody was giving information to the House. They only come and report the expenditure to us. So, by the end of the day, what is the role of Parliament? So, this amendment is saying any decision that they will intend taking within 30 days, they have to report to Parliament. So the Parliament will see the opportunity to know what is happening. Even if they want to exceed the 5% threshold, they have to come back to the House, and the House will grant that. It's not like the minister and the executive who, yes. The executive and the Bank of Ghana will just connive, and then finance government expenditure without recourse to Parliament. And you see them having a negative equity. And the effect will be on all of us. So going forward, we will give them the autonomy. Whatever decision they intend taking, they have to come back to the House, report to us so that the House will be in the know and grant that approval. So I think the amendment that they've proposed is in order. So, Mr. Speaker, times have changed. We need to do things differently.
And
so
in conclusion, I'm calling on every member of this House to support this amendment. It's not about Dongo. It is not about Adongo. Today is Adongo. Tomorrow it may be you. Tomorrow it may be you. So you can start with Adongo, and everybody is for Adongo. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few comments, I call the House to support the amendment. So by the end of the day, we can pass a law that can stand at the test of time. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable Minority Chief Whip, you have the floor. Honorable Minority Chief Whip, you have the floor.
Speaker, indeed, you have granted me the floor. I will further pray you, if you permit. My colleague will make some comments before I come in, before the other leaders speak. Speaker, I'm making pleadings so that my colleague, he is a member of the Finance Committee, a man who has...
Honorable Stephen Amwa.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this prestigious opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure in this country there are two major economic policy frameworks that, if they are not well managed, the entire long-term goal of our country will be in shambles. We talk about fiscal policy, then we talk about monetary policy. Mr. Speaker, anywhere in the world, if an economy of any country would do well, when it comes to our monetary policy, you cannot entirely detach such an important body as Parliament, which forms one of the fundamental arms of government in terms of managing the amount of money in circulation, our policy rate, and even our reserve. We have been talking about the fact that there should be a more space to harmonize the policies that are being managed by our country in terms of fiscal by the executive body and the monetary by the Bank of Ghana. Even what we have today is not enough. How much less are we going to totally detach even the members of this House who could be of an immense assistance to what Bank of Ghana does? Honestly speaking, every decision-making process has an objective. May I know the objective of what they are? They may be right, because I know that the finance minister today is somebody, honestly, who knows the job. But he should be able to tell us and convince us why they want to put in place this inimical, dysfunctional policy decision.
Why? I don't go.
Is it to serve a specific purpose? Is it to create a situation where the attempt by the government to totally control every institution in our country, because this present government is controlling entirely all the three arms of government? Is there an attempt to get this country off the radar, that others here will know exactly what is going on there? We are highly disappointed and surprised.
Stephen Amwa, the law is saying contrary to what you are putting on record. The law is clearly subjecting what you are complaining about.
Can I read?
Is the mischief that the law is seeking to cure, so that Parliament will come in to approve.
Mr. Speaker, if you read page 2, the amendment, clause 7 amends section 11A of Act 612 by disqualifying certain government officials, including members of Parliament, from serving on the board of the bank.
Why?
Transparency is at stake, accountability is at stake, participation by relevant key stakeholders at stake. What exactly do they want to achieve?
Tell us.
We just want to know. Maybe they have a better reason, but for now, they are trying to put in place element of jeopardy in attaining the resilient economy and the long-term goal that we as a country confronting us with. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to do something about this. The fact that our brothers have the numbers does not necessarily mean, exclusively mean, that they can do anything they want in this country. Although we are coming back 2028, we don't want to come and amend a lot of clauses, laws, and acts. It's good that my brother finance minister is here. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be notified, we need to be told, we need to understand the underlying definitional element of this amendment they want to make, because it's raising a lot of doubt. We are very skeptical. We don't know where they want to take this country to. Now, they are widening the gap between our fiscal policies and our monetary policies. Already we're having problems with that. So, Mr. Speaker, why they want to exclude us, those in Parliament, from this, we want to know. It's a question we are asking for clarity, so that we'll be sure of the needed transparency and accountability. This is all we're asking.
You are a member of the Finance Committee.
Yes.
But definitely at the committee hearing, you are not there.
Come again.
At the committee hearing on this bill, you were not there.
But I can be indisposed, but what I'm reading here is what I'm telling you, the right thing.
Well, I am asking because most of the issues that you are raising has been addressed at the committee level. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I think it has been a convention in this House that even sometimes the basic pieces of relevant information and then the discussions we have at the committee level, sometimes because of disagreement, you need to carry them and get a broader base in terms of proper and effective decision-making processes. So there's nothing wrong. My brother knows that. In fact, he taught me most of them at the committee. Dr. Atufosin taught me a lot at the committee. I was new there. That the discussions we had there, he will bring it here and make it broader and make it bigger for broader consultation and broader stakeholder involvement. So I think we want this decision to be championed well, to actually champion the cause of our country. He has to explain to us. I'm not saying he's wrong or right, but we need clarity, the reason why, whether it's credible enough, whether it's tangible enough to exclude your own parliamentarians There are a lot of experienced finance and economics and bankers here. You said they shouldn't be part of it. So who else? If we here cannot support Bank of Ghana, then who else? So we need clarity and transparency and accountability so that we can support this bill. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think I will leave it for now for my leadership to speak. Media, I have a lot of skeptics about this. Thank you, sir.
Honourable members, I indicated that our second reading we debate on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the committee's reports. If you look at the committee's recommendation, the committee is recommending that the provision relating to a member not serving on the board should be deleted. That's why I am saying that you look at the explanatory memorandum as well as the report of the committee, which will form the basis of the debate in this House. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip. Minority Whip.
Speaker, in line with Order 167, as you rightly reiterated, that a full debate is supposed to ensure on the reports of the committee, on the memorandum, and the reports generated by the committee. Speaker, I think the report set out to give us the basis for the proposed amendment, and amongst others, talking about the legal cap, also talking to automatic recapitalization of the bank, and circumstances under which the bank could exceed legal cap, amongst other things. I proceed further, Speaker, to look at page 6 of the report, where there is a call to extend tenure of office of board members from 4 years to 5 years. And I perused the report to find the reasoning for this. Initially, I thought it was an arbitrary decision, and the only reason ascribed was that new government would take a while to constitute the board, and hence we need a year. Why not 2 years? Why not 3 years? I find that quite arbitrary. So I am against the changing of the period of service of the board members from 4 years to 5 years. I find it arbitrary. And the reasons being ascribed is not tenable. If there are other reasons that are convincing, probably when we get to the consideration stage, those who will move the amendment may have to convince this House. At this stage of second reading, I am totally against that, and I find it arbitrary. Speaker, again, just to emphasize the point you had opined earlier relating to disqualification of members of Parliament from serving on the board. And the reasons ascribed is because it feeds into best practice. I still struggle to understand how the serving of the Honorable Adongo and many others in the future will tend or portend to undermine best practice. I don't get it. So that is a challenge for me to accept. And I think that we may have to, we can amend that. And thankfully the committee rejected it outright. There was a unanimous decision by the committee to reject that proposal. That is an aspect we have to look at again. Speaker, the rationale has been well espoused, even though I have a few observations and objections here and there. In the fullness of time, when we get to the consideration, I'll make that known. But let me emphasize the point 4 years to 5 years is not convincing. And Minister, maybe you may have to tell us more why you want to come to this House with an amendment of changing the tenure of office of board members from 4 years to 5 years. I don't get it. So having said this, Speaker, this will be my observation for now.
Sorry for me to intervene again. If you read the committee's report carefully, the committee says that it should come back to 4 years, but it shouldn't be 5 years.
Speaker, what I'm doing, I'm just speaking to emphasize the committee's position.
Very well.
And in line with 167, I'm speaking to emphasize the committee's position.
Very well.
That the proposal from the proposals of the bill doesn't find favor in this House, and they should do the needful. Probably if they had done some more consultation, they wouldn't have repeated this in the report, especially where the committee had said that, it should be rejected and reverted back to the 4 years.
Yes.
I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Minority Leader. Do you intend to speak? Yes. Minister will conclude, so let me hear you.
Speaker, with respect, I've taken the pain to read the memorandum and the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, first of all, we have to revisit the rationale behind the principal enactment. One, the object was to insulate the executive from the bank from executive interference. I want to emphasize one more time. The object underlining the enactment of 612 was to insulate the bank from executive interference. Mr. Speaker, the clause 1 of this bill and same contained in the memorandum accompanying the bill defeats this completely. How can we now say that the principal enactment is being amended to state that support of economic policy of the government is to be prioritized? Mr. Speaker, you see clearly that when this House passes this bill, the minister is going to have some unfettered intrusion. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the zeal of the minister. I appreciate his patriotism. But the Minister of Finance, who is introducing this bill, must know that the Bank of Ghana is supposed to have a full independence. The very complaint they made in the past, when they said, oh, there was interference. I remember when we had the cedi dollar, situation, the minority leader, Honorable Kasiel Atufosen, as he then was among those who filed a censure motion against the finance minister and contended with some force that the minister had interfered in the activities of Bank of Ghana when there was no such express enactment that allowed the Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta, to have anything directly to do with the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in this bill, the finance minister is indirectly going to take away the executive mandate of the governor. Mr. Speaker, he doesn't need to state it black and white, but if you have eyes, you can read. You need to have eyes to see what the Minister of Finance is trying to do. The Minister of Finance should not introduce this bill by personalizing it. An enactment lives beyond the tenure of a minister. He can be made the Chief of Staff tomorrow. He can be made Defense Minister tomorrow, bona fide. Would he say that because of his passion? You don't use passion to enact laws. Ato, with respect, you may have disagreement with me, but let it be said. Let me tell you, I won't just get up. I have my aid memoir and I've done reading of this. So please, you may disagree with me. Don't say that I've not read and I'm just saying anything. Please, with respect. You know how much I respect you, my respected brother.
Minority Leader, address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I will not get up on the floor when I am not so sure of my point I want to make. You may disagree with me. So, Mr. Speaker, what I see in this bill is that the minister will be chipping away the independence of the Bank of Ghana. We have good reason for making even the governor the executive chairman. That's why he chairs the board. That is why the governor is supposed to be very independent. Mr. Speaker, already we are hearing that every now and then the governor is being compelled to pump more money. That's what we are hearing. Now it appears that they now want to enact on it. That's the understanding I'm getting from this memorandum and the report of the committee. Now they want to give it a legal backing so that if tomorrow Bank of Ghana gives some liquidity support for government economic policy, we'll be told that, oh, there's a law backing it. Mr. Speaker, let me read. In my memo on this matter, this is what I've identified. That in clause 1, the bill amends the principal object of the bank by restating price stability and adding supporting objectives, including financial stability and support for government economic policy. Mr. Speaker, let us define government economic policy. Let us define it broadly. It will include that when you have implemented some policies and you know that you are having serious challenges, you can now hide under this enactment and direct the central bank to do as you please. Mr. Speaker, just as my respected colleague from Nsawam Adwejiri said, we will scrutinize clause by clause when we get there. But it is important that ab initio we draw your attention to the very danger of what is ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, I identified the loophole that amendment does not sufficiently insulate, like I said, the primary mandate from being subordinated to government policy priorities. You are not supposed to subordinate the central bank. They're supposed to make their own decisions and be very independent. What you are doing is to subordinate through this enactment the central bank to policy priorities of government. Mr. Speaker, so if this is your 24-hour economy, you want to implement, and feasibly the experts at central bank feel that, look, this thing will not help. You are saying that by enactment, they are compelled to support your own policy, economic policy priorities, even if it will hurt the economy. Is that what we want to do under this reset, Mr. Speaker? No. You've introduced a strange phrase. A strange phrase. Support the economic policy of government. So, Mr. Speaker, our colleague, the finance minister, must tread cautiously. He must tread cautiously. Because what is happening. I don't know the experts who provided expert advice on this and whether or not the central bank itself. Mr. Speaker, I'm reading the report. I did not see how involved the central bank itself was in respect of this whole matter and how comfortable they are. Of course, they are technicians. They will not say to you that we disagree with our minister. They will not. But Mr. Speaker, this will not help the cause of Bank of Ghana and our economy in general. The minister should stay away from the activities of the central bank. Government must allow the central bank to operate with that independence bequeathed them under Act 612. That should be it. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to rest my case and pray that we get to the next stage. Once we get there, there will be an opportunity for us on this side to introduce our amendments to cure some of the excesses we've identified in this draft bill, and if they are indeed ready to do the needful, support so that the bill will be properly fine-tuned to become mature as a proper law emanating from this house. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case on that point. Thank you so much.
Yes, Minister for Finance, your concluding remark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's the need for me to clarify some few points. Right, Honorable Speaker, this amendment bill is rather supposed to strengthen the central bank and not to take its powers away from them. It is rather giving more powers to the central bank. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me now begin with the statement made by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, the very provision that he's making reference to has always been in the Bank of Ghana Act since 2020. Mr. Speaker, it is not new. This provision he's making reference to has always been in the Central Banks Act. The reason why we are seeing it here is that we restated it and added another sub-clause. Mr. Speaker, they are not new. And so I urge the minority leader to go and take the enactment, the original enactment, and compare it with what we are actually passing today. They are not new. Mr. Speaker, let me make this point again. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Tell him to pay attention.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Minority Leader, can you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
Listen.
Mr. Speaker, they are not new at all. In fact, since the original enactment, there have been 2 amendments, and all of them we have restated it. Mr. Speaker, this is coming on the back of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to Article 183 of the Constitution. The Bank of Ghana shall be the Central Bank of Ghana, 1831, and shall be the only authority to issue the currency of Ghana. 2 says that the Bank of Ghana shall, A, promote and maintain the stability of the currency of Ghana and direct and regulate the currency system in the interest of the economic progress of Ghana. So, Speaker, it goes on to say that, B, it shall be the sole custodian of state funds of Ghana, both in and outside Ghana, and may by notice published in the Gazette authorize any other person or authority to act as a custodian of any such fund as may be specified in this notice. Then C says that encourage and promote economic development. Encourage and promote economic development and the efficient utilization of the resources of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes wrong impressions has been created that the central banks
only mandate is price stability. They have a constitutional mandate of economic development. And Mr. Speaker, and that is actually in Article 1833 of the 1992 Constitution. I am not the one who wrote this Constitution. It is the responsibility of the central bank to promote economic development. Mr. Speaker, all what we are seeking to do here is to lift what is in the original enactment because of the new amendment that it contributes to the promotion and maintenance of financial stability in the country. That's all. It is not new. It is not new. It was in the 617, it was in the 917 Act. All of them, the same thing. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not new. Right, Honorable Speaker. Rather, what we are seeking to do here is one, to strengthen the provisions against monetary financing, to stop, in quote, the printing of money. That is what we are seeking to do here, so that tomorrow another government will not come and print money in excess to be able to create excessive inflation. That is what we are preventing. Mr. Speaker, we all know that monetary financing is against the progress of a country, and there should be some form of breaks in an act, and that is what this act seeks to do. Mr. Speaker, what we have done here is to mandate the minister responsible for finance to brief Parliament as soon as we reaches the threshold of 5% against previous year's revenue, and to assure the House remedies that they are putting in place to correct those monetary financing. Mr. Speaker, that is all what we are seeking to do. Mr. Speaker, we are strengthening the hands of Parliament in the law to mandate the minister responsible for finance to appear before you and to account and to tell us the reasons behind the monetary financing, recognizing that monetary financing bleeds unnecessary inflation. Mr. Speaker, that is what we are seeking to do. Mr. Speaker, aside that, today we have a central bank that has negative equity. Mr. Speaker, we are putting in place measures to compel the government of the day to automatically recapitalize the central bank from 2034. Mr. Speaker, this is because it takes a while to move it from negative equity. And so we will gradually move it from negative equity to positive equity and enshrine it in law so that anytime the central bank reaches negative equity position, the government of the day will be compelled to recapitalize the central bank, because this is the central bank of the state. Mr. Speaker, this is best practice. It is done everywhere in the world. Mr. Speaker, let someone challenge me that is not the case in other jurisdictions. That is what it is. And so, Mr. Speaker, this bill is rather strengthening the central bank, not to weaken it. Mr. Speaker, again, let me make this point. And it's important I make this point. Mr. Speaker, after practicing democracy since 1992 and over 30 years of this particular Fourth Republic, we have learned our lessons, and we should certainly learn our lessons. Mr. Speaker, you have a central bank of state where anytime there's a change of government, sometimes it takes up to 12 months. Mr. Speaker, we've seen one that it took 10 months before the board of the central bank was reconstituted. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, what we are seeking to do here is that regardless of a change of government, the central bank, being the central bank of the Republic of Ghana, or the Bank of Ghana the Central Bank of the Republic of Ghana, must run until the time that the government of the day is ready to change the board. This is wisdom. Mr. Speaker, this is because we have seen it happen. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to serve on the central bank as a board member. I served for 4 years. When there was a change of government, I did not attend board meetings any longer because I felt that I was there to represent the Minister of Finance. It took 7 months before the board was reconstituted. But the central bank must run. Beyond the politics, the central bank must run. And that is why we are saying that there should be a system in place where the central bank, the governing board of the central bank, must be in place until the government of the day decide. And so that is the rendition in the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, all what we are seeking to do here is rather to strengthen the governance, the corporate governance of the central bank, and to give them more powers for them to be able to perform their monetary policy. Mr. Speaker, let me make this final point. I recall in 2015, this same House debated and approved the current Bank of Ghana Act, amended Act. Mr. Speaker, the significant difference between what we approved in 2015 and what existed then was the fact that in the past, the Ministry of Finance nominate someone to serve on the Monetary Policy Committee. Mr. Speaker, we felt that impedes on the independence of the central bank. Because, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution guarantees the independence, monetary policy independence for the central bank. In other words, the functional autonomy of the central bank. And so what we seek to do at the time was to move the Ministry of Finance, being the fiscal agency, from the Monetary Policy Committee. Today is a different story. And all of this were done at the time to strengthen the independence of the central bank. Today, the central bank is strong as long as independence is concerned. There is a proposal before this House to go a little bit more. Mr. Speaker, it is for the House to decide. It is for the House to decide. But all what we are seeking to do here is nothing short of strengthening the central bank to be able to perform their constitutional mandate of price stability and development. That's all. That's all. That's all what we are seeking to do, and not to rather allow the Ministry of Finance to encourage Bank of Ghana to print money. No, it is the reverse. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader, I can hear you.
Speaker, with that special leave granted, I was trying to draw my respected colleagues' attention to an important matter, that the issue of the tenure of the board is a matter that has received judicial pronouncement in the Donko case.
Minority Leader, the issue that you are raising is not torn. So why are you trying to patch it?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, with respect,
it is not broken.
Mr. Speaker, with respect,
yes.
If you would want to follow the government of this submission, you would realize that the point really is that the argument by the respected finance minister to the effect that when there's a change of government, there is this kind of lacuna in terms of the next board, etc. It is a function of the new government to prioritize its activities, including certain appointments. For instance, Mr. Speaker, it has taken almost 11 months for the Road Fund Board to be reconstituted. That is a matter of priority. Mr. Speaker, in the Donko versus the Republic, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court was very clear that the appointment is coterminous with the tenure of the appointor. Therefore, my own view is that even if this proposed amendment receives the blessing of this House, it will be rendered odious by that
you see, Honorable Minority Leader,
so,
you see, you are not getting the indication from me.
Mr. Speaker,
sometimes you get me to speak too much. The committee has taken a position. Which position is coterminous with what you are saying?
So that
is why I'm telling you that if the thing is not torn, why are you trying to patch it?
Mr. Speaker, I understand
Don't
you.
fix it when it is not broken.
Mr. Speaker, I understand you. But the minister has spoken for Hansen. So I needed to draw his attention. I know. I've followed the proceedings at the committee. And I know the committee's report on this particular matter. But he was here again trying to justify. So I only wanted to draw his attention to that matter. That is all.
Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the minority leader, just for the Hansard. Nobody has set up road fund board nobody has set up road fund board. So I don't know which board you are talking about. There's nothing like road fund board which was set up after 11 months. Let that be the record. So, it doesn't exist. The board you are saying have been set up does not exist.
Honorable members, please let us all take it that what we are considering is not the road fund board. We are considering Bank of Ghana amendment bill. So let us all stick to the Bank of Ghana amendment bill. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Bank of Ghana Act 2002 at 612 and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill is duly read for the second time. Yes, can we turn to order paper addendum, a commencement of public business presentation of papers?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we'll turn to order paper addendum, item 1A, B, 1A and B.
Order paper addendum, item 1A. Minister for Roads and Highways.
Contract agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and the Contracting Authority and Accra Kumasi Expressway Limited as the concessionaire.
Honourable members, the paper is duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport. And I'll add the leadership of the Finance Committee for consideration and reports. Item numbered 1B. Chairman for Education Committee.
Report of the Committee on Education on the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi Bill 2025.
Honourable members, report duly presented, and it is for distribution to honourable members. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, on item 1A, I just needed clarity. It reads, contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and the Contracting Authority and Accra Kumasi Expressway Limited as the concessionaire. Mr. Speaker, this paper is being laid. I want to know whether the concessionaire is government owned and when it was incorporated.
Honourable,
no, the minister is here,
honourable member, with all due respect, a presentation of papers. Do we ask questions?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not asking questions. The rule requires that if requested, Mr. Speaker, we need some patience here. The rule is clear that an explanatory position on the minister, from the minister, can be made. As a member, I can ask of him. Mr. Speaker, our 97.3 is clear. For the avoidance of doubt, I may want to read that a short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon presentation.
Yes.
So if I'm asking for
Honourable Minority Leader, if that is what you are asking, I would have allowed the minister to give the short explanation. But in this case, you are asking questions.
No, Mr. Speaker.
That is why I indicated that at presentation of papers, do you ask questions?
Mr. Speaker, don't let us have a back and forth. Let me put it in proper context.
Yes, please do.
Very well. That's okay. That's okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise on Order 97.3 to request the Minister to provide a short explanatory statement in respect of the paper. Mr. Speaker, I say so because some introductions are being made. One,
Honorable Minority Leader, the rules are clear. So once you have stated your position, let me offer the opportunity to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I need to state clearly what I want.
Honorable Minority Leader, it doesn't lie in your mouth to indicate this is what you want or this is what I do not want. The rules state that you have the right to ask the Minister to give an explanation to the paper being introduced in the House. So therefore, I'll ask the Minister in 2 minutes, give your short explanation.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this is a concession contract between the government of Ghana and a concessionaire. Details of the incorporation and everything will be available to the committee during consideration, and the report will duly be presented to the House. So I agree with him. The details of the concessionaire and everything will be out. It's 100% owned by the government of Ghana.
Thank you very much, yes. Honorable Minister. The referral still stands to the Committee on Rules and Transport, and I'm urging leadership of the Finance Committee to join them and consider the contracts agreement and accordingly report to the House. Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take item 2 on order paper addendum.
Yes, Minister for Finance. Motion number 2 on order paper addendum.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 2 on today's order paper addendum, page 1, be taken now. I so move.
Motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, the Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, don't let the continuous rising from the minority front bench irritate you. It's part of democracy. Mr. Speaker, I want clarity. I'm a student of the rules and I'm still learning. By this motion 2 being taken, does that suggest that the intent is to take the bill through consideration stage today and consider everything under certificate of urgency? Is that it? I want to know from the majority front bench. I want to know. Because it is now the norm. It is now the norm from the new majority that every bill, certificate of urgency, if it is so, I want Hansa to record that this all-important bill that has just been introduced, today, everything must be taken. Is that a new norm? Certificate of urgency? Mr. Speaker, this is a new norm. Every bill that is brought, before you realize, certificate of urgency. Then we sit in this house all so far. We sit in this house and civil society organizations will raise issues. When civil society organizations raise issues, then you are quick to come to this house. When parliamentarians are raising matters because of their partisan interests, you don't listen. Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that it would be wrong, Mr. Speaker, to take this bill through certificate of urgency same day. Let's tread cautiously. It happened in the lithium agreement. Honorable Abu Jinapo raised it here. Our colleagues opposite defended it when Imani and other civil society organizations came in and added their voice. You now came to this house humbly withdrawing and now calling for stakeholder consultation. When Parliament, as a people's chamber, can deal with this, if everything we raise, you take it as a partisan matter and you will not listen to us, Mr. Speaker, our democracy will suffer. It shouldn't take civil society to cause you to wake up. We are here to do the needful. You can't take this bill through certificate of urgency. You can't use the rules to say you are taking everything today. What is the urgency? When MPs do not get the opportunity to scrutinize, go ahead. Your masters, the CSOs, will be at your throats.
Honourable members, the rules are clear as to when a procedural motion is supposed to be moved. Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Yes, once the maze has been tilted, please let's proceed. Clause 1.
Section 3 of Act 612
yes,
amended.
Hold on. The minority chief whip.
Speaker, I drew your attention earlier in context 160, order 160167. No, 160, Speaker, with your leave. That Speaker, if you may bear with me, 160. Mm. 160(2). The Speaker shall refer a bill to appropriate committee for determination of the agency or otherwise of the presentation and first reading. And then if you proceed further, 167 basically talks about second reading. As I am saying, the practice of this House has been that the two are determined independently. We don't fuse the two together. The earlier report that was submitted by the chair, we had 160 incorporated at 167, where we were basically doing second reading of the bill. And I tried to draw your attention that that is an anomaly. It's not done like that. The determination of the agency of the bill should have been done independently of the second reading. We fuse the two together. It's not done. No, Echampo, no. Nobody is against the bill. We want to
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, can you read Standing Order 1691? Order 1691. Yes.
1691. When a bill has been read a second time, the bill shall pass through a consideration stage in the House, which shall ordinarily not be taken until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed.
So, under what circumstances do we move a procedural motion?
Speaker, with respect, I'm basically drawing our attention to the fact that our practice in this House has been that any time we are engaging in a determination under 160, that is agency of the bill, the report is generated differently from 167, which is second reading.
That is basically what I'm saying.
You see, at second reading, the report of the committee is taken together with the motion. That is why Order 167 is telling us that the basis of the debate is the explanatory memorandum and the reports of the committee, which we did at second reading. Now, being masters of our own rule under normal circumstances, 24 hours would have elapsed before we can move to the consideration stage. And 45 by Standing Order 169, a procedural motion was moved and was carried by the House. Then from there, we moved to the consideration stage. So where a procedural motion is moved, I don't know why we are still talking about urgency or otherwise.
Speaker, I'll defer to you on these matters of interpretation. But maybe at another time, I will engage you for us to talk more details into this matter. I have my own views, but
I am open to a debate. So you realize that I asked that the bill is at a consideration stage after the procedural motion is moved. Yes, clause 1.
Section 3 of Act 612 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. No proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Kwajo Nkrumah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a proposed amendment to delete clause 1 of the bill as it stands now.
Yes, honorable members, the proposal is to delete clause 1 of the bill coming from Honorable Kwajo Nkrumah. Yes.
If I just may provide the reasoning for colleagues to understand the reasoning. Mr. Speaker, technically, Section 3, the old Section 3 of Act 612 has already been amended. It has been amended by Act 918. And if you look at 918, if you permit me to read 918, 918 amends the subclause 2 to say that without limiting subsection 1, the bank shall A, support the general economic policy of the government, B, promote economic growth and development and effective and efficient operation of the bank and credit system, and C, contribute to the promotion and maintenance of financial stability in the country. Mr. Speaker, that's the exact same thing that this new amendment proposes. So it has already been amended by 918, and that's why we are suggesting that it be deleted, because that amendment has been made already by 918. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman of the committee. Let me hear Minister for Education first.
Mr. Speaker, just to hear from the Honorable Kwajo Nkrumah, you are relying on the amendment in 918. Are you suggesting to the chairman that because 918 already captures the objects of the Central Bank of Ghana, which includes, without limiting it to B and C, he stands down the proposed amendment of Section 3 of Act 612 amended? Mr. Speaker, what he's suggesting is, per your own guidance, when we're looking at the Get Fund Act, you gave a similar clue as to maintaining what is in the original legislation. So maybe, Mr. Speaker, when you hear from the chairman of the committee, we'll be able to guide. So, but what you are arguing, you should have been here earlier to guide the minority leader, because he came quoting the same thing as if the Honorable Minister for Finance and the Chairman Committee was doing something different. Yet, same amendment was done. That's why the Minister for Finance stated categorically and emphatically that what he's doing is probably what happened here before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think at the committee level, we agreed on this matter. The Act 612 was amended to Act 918. And that particular clause was earmarked to be changed. But later, we saw that we have to bring it back to the earlier proposition of Act 612. So I don't know where the amendment is coming from. Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, the original Act 612 had two subclauses under Clause 3. The first was the omnibus provision, if I just may read the original provision.
You see, honorable members, to get a better understanding of this particular bill, you need to take the original act, Bank of Ghana Act 2002, Act 612. And you must again put the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act 2016, Act 918 together. Now, Bank of Ghana Amendment Act 2016, Act 918. In Section 2, amended Section 3 of Bank of Ghana Act, Act 612. And these were the amendments to the law. The principal enactment is amended in Section 3 by the substitution for subsection 2 of 2. Without limiting subsection 1, the bank shall A. Support the general economic policy of the government. B. Promote economic growth and development and effective and efficient operation of the banking and credit system. And C. Contribute to the promotion and maintenance of financial stability in the country. Honorable members, the amendment which is being proposed is the principal object of the bank is to maintain stability in the general level. Now, general level of prices. Then two, without prejudice to subsection 1, the bank shall A. Support the general economic policy of the government, which is the 2A here. And then the 2B is also the same. The 2C is also the same. What I am not seeing in the Act 918 is the primary object of the bank is to maintain stability in the general level of prices.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me help you. In the amendment of 2016, which is the Act 918, that amendment did not deal with the subclause 1. It maintained it. And then it amended the subclause 2. So today, if you read the two pieces of legislation together. The subclause 1 exists, and the subclause 2 in the original 612 has now been amended by 918. There's not a single word that is different from this and what
Honourable members,
proposed.
I'll put a question.
That's why we propose that we
let me
delete
hear
it.
from the finance minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, what Honorable Kojo Oponkroma is talking about, Vincent is talking about, is the case. But Mr. Speaker, the drafters felt that it's a bit it's not neat if you are to read from two different amendments, and so they are deleting it and restating it by consolidating it. So that is what the drafters felt it should be done.
Yes.
So nothing has changed.
Yes.
It is the same, but they are just consolidating.
Honorable Minister, you see, if this amendment is carried out, what it will mean is that to understand the object, you would have to pick Act 612, 918, and this amended Act. Now, as it is, once this one is not bringing anything new, let the provision as it is in 612 and 918 stands. That's the basis of the proposal, that this clause 1 is needless, so it should be deleted. So, honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposal to delete clause 1 by Honourable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, I will put a question again. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by Honourable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah to delete clause 1 of the proposed bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the noes have it. The amendment is then ordered to stand. Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, I think this thing, we will need to subject it to more interrogation, because based on your argument and what the minister stand, it was clear that this was not needed. And if they continue in this order, Mr. Speaker, I will invoke order 1513 on this matter, because yes, 1513, Mr. Speaker, on this matter, there must be clarity on that. And if the minister is speaking in support of a proposed amendment, of which the minister is the minister responsible for finance, and then we are subjecting it even without listening to any kind of voting, then we will scrutinize every part of it and vote on every clause of this bill. It shouldn't be the same.
Honourable Deputy Minority Whip, you know the process of making the law. We put a question and then we decide the votes. So one thing that I say is that at consideration stage, there is always an opportunity of second consideration if you feel so strong about your position. So I'll put a question on entire clause 1. As many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 3A inserted.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, no amendment here. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Kojo Oppong.
Mr. Speaker, we have a proposed amendment. Mr. Speaker, please give me some latitude. This is a very important piece of legislation. The House has agreed to take it through one day by the suspension that was done earlier. But the least we can do is to take our time and go through it so that we don't create any problems for ourselves. This first one, we'll bring it back at second consideration. Mr. Speaker, there was a question of the independence of the central bank that was raised by the respected minority leader earlier. And there are a number of clauses like this one that, in our interpretation, are taking back the independence of the central bank. This section 3A, or clause 2 of the amendment bill now, it seeks to insert a new section 3A in the original Act 612. Mr. Speaker, please listen to the wording. The Bank of Ghana shall determine the medium-term inflation target jointly with the government. Mr. Speaker, inflation targeting has forever been the preserve of the central bank. Yes, they consult, they talk to various other entities, but it is important to have it clearly known that the central bank has its total independence in inflation targeting. we are proposing that the words jointly with government be deleted so that the rendition will be the bank shall determine the medium-term inflation target. We don't need to legislate that now in determining the medium-term inflation target. They now should go and literally get instructions from government. We think that would be dangerous for the independence of the central bank, and that's why we propose that we delete the words jointly with the government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, that is the proposal. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Speaker, I support this proposed amendment. Mr. Speaker, if you may recall, some 20 or so minutes ago, the minister, in his argument, suggested that this bill would rather ensure a much more independence as needed by the central bank. He again said the amendment is to ensure efficiency. This was to rebut my earlier submission that this bill has been introduced seeks to subordinate the independence of the central bank to the authority of the government. Mr. Speaker, where the government determines the political question, the central bank is there to restrain the politics of the central government and to ensure that the economy is run in a way that would ensure sufficient transparency, clarity, and give assurances to the investing public. Mr. Speaker, how do you enact a law that would say inflation should be jointly determined by the central bank and the government? Oh, are you anticipating your failures already? Mr. Speaker, let's not encourage this. There is nothing independent in this enactment. The independence of the central bank is being chipped away. That is the least I can say. That is if they are not taking away their independence. If you say that it should be jointly determined, who and who? You mean the bank governor should come to the Ministry of Finance, report to you, and if you tell him that, oh, Ghana Statistical Service has these figures, so don't publish it, don't do it, then the governor will say yes, sir, because in the end, you are the political master. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't treat this proposed amendment the way we treated the clause 1, where Honorable Opon Kroma made the proposal. And some people did not pay attention, yet they quickly voted against it. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, the fact that the statement to the effect that some people have not paid attention, yet they
Mr.
voted
Speaker, I take that one
against
out. That's correct. That's correct.
correct.
That's okay. I agree. I think it's fair. It's fair to take that one out. Mr. Speaker, we should not introduce in this enactment. We should not introduce in this enactment any provision that would take away the independence of the central bank. That is the mainstay of the argument coming from the member for Ofuasia Yebi. Why do you want to interfere? Why do you want to interfere? Why do you want to interfere? And then you claim that there's going to be independence. Mr. Speaker, we should support this amendment. We should support this amendment. But I can promise the majority one thing. If they don't listen to us, they are only masters they know, the CSOs. Will summon them back into this chamber. I rest my case.
Yes, let me hear. Minister, just take it easy. Let me hear. Don't go. I'll come back to you.
This is the second time I've heard
I'll come back to you.
Oh, you come back.
Yes. Honorable Adongo.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think it has to be made very clear that inflation targeting framework is a methodology. And therefore, it is not about somebody summoning somebody to a particular location. It's a methodology, and the government statistician is the one who reports the actual inflation that is delivered. So it is not as if you want to define your methodology and you identify a key stakeholder whose activities impact on the methodology, and you say that it is important for you to create a mechanism that allows you to share information so that you can improve the framework. That amounts to somebody taking away somebody's independence. That is just far-fetched. So, Mr. Speaker, I personally don't think that by jointly doing the framework and identifying the methodology is in any way an attempt to take away the independence of the central bank. Everybody knows that a key tool of the central bank is the Monetary Policy Committee. That is where the technical work is done. And at the Monetary Policy Committee, there is no executive representation on that committee. Therefore, the independence of the central bank is not in question at all. And therefore, you may have your views, but you see, this idea of almost blackmailing everybody with CSOs is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. And we cannot tolerate that posture. That everything your masters are CSO, please. We were in this country when the central bank printed 80 billion. Was the laws of our land supporting it? Were they supported by the laws of our land? Please. We kept quiet when you were talking. I listened to you in silence. You see, the intolerance is too much. The intolerance is just too much. Anytime you say something and somebody has a contrary view, you feel jittery. And that is not fair. There is nothing about somebody taking away the independence of the central bank. And that the Monetary Policy Committee's work is not being hijacked. Neither is the financial stability function of the Bank of Ghana being hijacked. But the central bank worked with other stakeholders. And one of its key stakeholders is the government of Ghana. And if the two have to work together to ensure that they develop an appropriate framework, so be it. So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose the new amendment that is being proposed.
Yes, let me hear Boama, then I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are making an amendment to a bill, an act. And then in it, we are saying that the central bank should determine the medium-term inflation target jointly with government. Why are we making an express provision in a Bank of Ghana Act that the decision to make a determination of an inflation target should be done jointly with the government of the Republic? That is far-fetched. That is incongruous, because we are establishing from the whole memorandum up to where we are talking about even representation on the board. We're saying that we want to establish a central bank that is independent. So why are you legislating an independent body to take a decision in conjunction with the government? This is, the independence must be seen in substance, not in the form. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this particular provision is not supposed to be accepted by this House. And please, let's take note. We are not passing this bill for the majority. The Central Bank Act is not an act for the majority. We are passing it for the good people of this country. and we should be very careful in the decisions we take today. The central bank ought to be independent, and we cannot legislate for central bank to make a determination of inflation targets with the central. They can consult. Why? The central bank has always been in consultation with government, with other stakeholders. But why are you legislating a joint decision? Then let's do everything jointly in it. So, Mr. Speaker, this provision that the banks are determined shall, and this is supposed to be mandatory. Why should it be mandatory? The central bank shall. This bill is saying the central bank shall, making it mandatory. Why should that be mandatory? For them to make a decision in jointly with the bank, with government. This should not be, and as I'm saying, this bill is not for the majority. It is for Ghana. And Ghanaians are saying the central bank cannot take a decision jointly with the government. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, let me hear from our Education Minister, then I'll give you the last bite.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the last speaker and the first proponent of the opposition to Section 3 being inserted. And Mr. Speaker, may I urge them to take their time to read the head notes and then the substance of the provision. It reads medium-term inflation. Medium term, not short term. And Mr. Speaker, the economists, they stated monetary policy, the domain of the Bank of Ghana, fiscal policy.
Honorable members, why are we doing this?
Speaker,
let's have the patience to listen to each
fiscal
other.
Policy. Habib, tell him that in year past, my name was synonymous to economics. Tell him. Habib, tell him. So I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, fiscal policy, monetary policy impacts inflation. All that this provision is saying is that in determining the medium term inflation targets. So when the minister comes here and he says, when the minister for finance, including your previous ministers for finance, when they stand here and read inflation target, how do they determine it? So I do not think that there is anything wrong with saying the bank shall determine the medium-term inflation target jointly with government. No, it's a medium-term determination of inflation target. It is not only monetary policy which affects inflation. Fiscal policy, monetary policy affects inflation. In any case, it's the Minister for Finance who comes here to make a determination. Mr. Speaker, maybe they should be guided well. How come that in England, in the US, what is the rate of inflation? It has stayed reasonably 2%, 4%, because they are keeping the pursuit of monetary and fiscal policy to meet the inflation target. That's all the minister. Absolutely. So that is all this minister is seeking to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They should read it well. Medium-term targets to determine a future target, so that both in the pursuit of monetary policy and fiscal policy, you work towards the attainment of that medium-term target. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, wait, you have the last bite. Honorable Minority Leader, you are up again.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we had consideration stage.
Yes, I've heard you on this matter already. That's why I'm using the word you are up again.
Mr. Speaker,
am I wrong in saying so?
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I have heard the Minister of Education using some very technical terms in an attempt to confuse this House. But, Mr. Speaker, the matters are simple in language. The contention of the minority is on the express language used, that there shall be a joint determination of medium-term inflation. Simplicity. All these economists
monetary impact, fiscal impact. That is not the mainstay of the call. The burden of Honorable Opon Nkrumah's submission is to the effect that by introducing this mandatory provision, you will be chipping away the independence of the central bank. That is all he's saying. You've not addressed that. All those who spoke on your side could not address this very important point. And that is the issue. Why would you introduce a mandatory provision? The honorable member for Ifya argued that we know of general consultation. That is not enacted upon. We know that from time to time, there are steering committee meetings that are chaired by heads of institutions, including the finance minister. These are part of the general consultation process. But what you are doing now is to bring an enactment that will make it mandatory and subject the governor to your whims and caprices if you find it convenient to do so. But we also know that as a minister, you determine the political question. We had good reasons for saying that the government, the central bank should be independent. Mr. Speaker, like the honorable member for Ifya said, this is not an enactment for the majority of which they will claim victory or otherwise. We are not in an ego field. It's an enactment to regulate an important sector of the economy for the people of Ghana. Our duty from this side is to draw your attention to some of these errors, some of these overlooks, some of these excesses. It is us who must tell you. You can't legislate to subordinate the authority and independence of the central bank to political authority. You can't do that. Then that amounts to state capture. That the political authority is capturing every independent authority we have in the country. Mr. Speaker, medium-term inflation, that is even what makes it more dangerous. Medium-term inflation, that is what makes it more dangerous. You didn't say may. If it was may, we could accommodate that. But if you say shall, Mr. Speaker, our friends must listen. And when I say it is the CSOs you listen to, I say so on good authority. Because the CSOs themselves published their engagement with the executive and said that what they told the executive is what has been accepted. It's a matter of public record. It's not Afenyo Markin who is concocting this. Meanwhile, these things, the very things that the CSOs have been telling you and you listen, are the very things we tell you from this side of the house. So why don't you avail yourself to listen to us? Rather, you throw us away, dismiss our views, look down upon our views, and think it's political because we don't share the same ideology with you. No. If you go outside, the CSOs will say the same thing. You cannot say that the Bank of Ghana should determine medium-term inflation jointly with you, the finance minister, and the government. You can say that. If you say may, we will accommodate. Even in that may, that means a level of consultation. We can, because the essence of governance is to engage. We accept it. But if you say mandatory, do it. So if they don't do it, you won't allow them to make certain public announcements. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with that. I think that
yes, Honorable Amabua,
the
let me hear you.
Must be accepted by the House.
Honorable Amabua, let me hear you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this debate is not about the independence of the Bank of Ghana. And it's already been explained, it's very clear. But Right Honourable Speaker, it's important that as we debate, we make sure that we do not confuse the people of Ghana and put up facts that are incorrect, as the minority leader is trying to. He has made 3 points consistently: that we withdrew the lithium agreement because of CSOs. And let the record be clear, and this is the House of Record.
I've been in this house for 5 terms, long time. I've seen ministers lay bills here, and for very good reasons, they withdraw the bills to bring it back strengthened. And that's exactly what we did. We've been working on an array of regulations to support that bill that was laid. And it was wise for me as a minister to draw it, work on the regulations so that we can bring the bill back with the regulations together. And that's a decision. It has nothing to do with CSOs, even though CSOs are very important stakeholders. And there's nothing wrong with engaging CSOs. But for you to be making this point consistently on this floor is factually wrong, inaccurate, and gets your facts right.
Yes. Oh, honorable members, I think we have debated this clause enough. I want to give the opportunity to the finance minister to do his conclusion on this matter. Honorable members, let's concentrate on the bill at stake. Finance minister, you have the concluding.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I vehemently disagree with the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Kojo Oponkroma. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me state for the records that today Ghana is in an IMF program. The IMF, as we all know, is a monetary institution. Mr. Speaker, the global monetary institution or organization is the IMF. And there is no way a government of any country can introduce a bill that seeks to take powers from the monetary authority that the IMF will approve it. Mr. Speaker, the amendment before us is only sticking to international best practice. And Mr. Speaker, let me explain. Mr. Speaker, monetary policy alone cannot anchor inflation. It doesn't matter what you do. Monetary policy or MPC's decision cannot determine what inflation will be. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that the fiscal policies of the day is what anchors together with the monetary policies, the inflation framework. And so if you are to have a budget before you that says that this is where I'm going with inflation, going south, and the central bank is going north, in the end, you will not achieve your inflation targeting. Mr. Speaker, the two institutions of state are conjoined by an act of parliament, the PFM Act, to introduce what we call Economic Policy Coordinating Committee, so that they can talk to each other and anchor economic progress. Right, Honorable Speaker? Most countries today, medium-term inflation targeting is done by the two institutions. When I come here and present budget statement on behalf of government, Mr. Speaker, and assume that inflation is going to be, say, 8% plus or minus 2. My policies introduced in the budget should anchor that inflation inflation targeting together with the central bank's policies. And so I cannot go south for the central bank to go north. So all what we are seeking to do here is that the medium-term inflation framework must together be developed by these two institutions of state. That's it. That's it. Mr. Speaker, and what we are saying is that Central Bank, your monetary policy committee is extremely independent. Take your decisions. By your target, inflation target, the Ministry of Finance or government is not leaving it only to the central bank. Let's plan together. Let's plan together. Let us together anchor inflation. It is the responsibility of any government of the day, to make sure that prices of goods and services does not get out of hand.
Mr. Speaker, and so, if today I am seeing food inflation, Central Bank cannot anchor food inflation. Central Bank, Bank of Ghana cannot anchor food inflation. It is the responsibility of the government of the day to introduce policies in the fiscal year to reduce food inflation. Bank of Ghana cannot anchor food inflation. What's the role of Central Bank? If prices of food and services, foodstuffs are expensive, what can Central Bank do? Are they Ministry of Agriculture? Are they the one planting cassava and yams? No! It is the fiscal authority, it's the government of the day. So Central Bank's medium-term inflation targeting must be in sync with government policies. That's all. Mr. Speaker, saying this, I heard a minority leader say that, I heard a minority leader say that this is state capture. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be state capture. We know what state capture is. We've seen state capture before. State capture is when you get the central bank to print for you 80 billion cedis in one fiscal year. That is state capture. Mr. Speaker, we know what state capture is. We know what state capture is. State capture, let me give you one example, is when you collateralize royalties in the name of Ejapa for 20 years. That is state capture. So, Mr. Speaker, let's put this in proper perspective. What is before us has nothing to do with state capture. What is before us is to make sure that together, as the government of the day, anchor inflation and make sure that prices of goods and services are reduced. Mr. Speaker, that is what we are seeking to do. So, Mr. Speaker, you can propose your amendment, but Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that I oppose that amendment. Thank you very much.
Yes, the owner of the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I think some things have been lost in the heated exchanges that are going on. First of all, we are helping you to get this amendment right. Minister, so calm down and kindly listen to the rationale behind the arguments we are making. We are not saying that the central bank should not determine medium-term inflation. In fact, if you go to the original Act 612, it starts off under the Section 3 by saying that the primary objective of the bank is to maintain stability in the general level of prices. There is a reason for which, as part of the broader economic policy, when it comes to the maintenance of price levels, that is devolved to the central bank. And there's a reason for which it is supposed to operate independently. So while we agree that it is a good idea to bring in a clause 3A to expressly announce the determination of medium-term inflation, we are warning you that if you now in black and white say that the independent central bank should now do that, shall determine this jointly with the government, you are even sending wrong signals at the lowest level. Today, you may believe that you are a good finance minister who is well-intended and that you are only seeking to coordinate. Tomorrow, what if the person in that chair decides that he now wants literally to have fiscal dominance in making those inflation targeting decisions? And so, Mr. Speaker, my proposed amendment, and I'll leave it here, my proposed amendment is that let us just delete the words jointly with government so that you also don't fall into this hole that is now becoming clear, that the executive literally wants to start dictating to the central bank. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So now the proposal for the consideration of the House is not to delete the entire clause 2, but to delete jointly with government. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I've been reading the Bank of England Act of 1998, United Kingdom. And Mr. Speaker, government sets inflation targets, not the Bank of England. What the Bank of England does is to operationalize the target. That is all he is doing, so that for purpose of responsibility, how come that Ken Ofori-Atta as minister came here and said inflation target? Then after a few months, he came and said, I'm revising my inflation target. It was not the governor who came here. It was no, if you want us to improve jointly, I have no problem. But them working together to set a medium-term target, you can go to the Bank of England Act of 1998. Even, I say, the government sets the inflation target, and then the Bank of England operationalizes the target. So, Mr. Speaker, even along the line, if the government is deviating from the inflation target, the governor will write to remind him. So that's what the governor will do. If, for instance, Honorable Atuforsen says a target of 11%, and the pursuit of fiscal policy is not geared towards achieving the 11%, the governor of the Bank of Ghana will remind him. Thank you.
Honourable members, I would put a question on the revised proposed amendment by Honourable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah. So, the proposal is to delete after target jointly with government. So the rendition would then be the bank shall determine the medium-term inflation targets.
Mr. Speaker, I want to propose a safe landing clause so that if Honorable Harun Idrisu would lend me his ears, because of what you said, that you don't have a problem with the joint thing, joint determination being taken off. I am very well. If you didn't say that, no problem, Mr. Speaker. I hold a view that we can further look at the shall and rather make it may. I think if the finance minister, yes, that is safer, so that we don't create a certain impression. If that's fine by you. The new rendition, we say the bank may determine the medium-term inflation target jointly with government. If the may comes, Mr. Speaker, I think we'll be sending a certain positive signal out there. We've had all the debates. Those who don't want to hear of CSOs being their masters are still here with us. But the CSOs are their masters. And they've caused them to withdraw their lithium agreement. But, Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with the central bank bill. And Atu knows that when he comes here with something good, we'll support him. So let's deal with the May to protect you yourself, Dr. Forson. Okay. Mr. Speaker, he says he's not opposed.
Mr. Speaker, I will support the further amendment in view of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, we are here to build consensus. But, Mr. Speaker, it should not be lost in us that what we are proposing is to be in line with global practice. Mr. Speaker, countries have such provisions, and we are only seeking to make sure that Ghana is in sync with what is being done as best practice. Mr. Speaker, again, Ghana is an IMF program. The bill cannot introduce monetary dominance. It is fiscal dominance. It is rather the reverse. Mr. Speaker, we are doing everything possible to make the central bank a better place for the development of our country. I so submit.
Honourable members, the proposal is that after bank, delete shall and insert may. So the new rendition is the bank may determine the medium-term inflation target jointly with the government. I will therefore put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Then I will put a question on the entire clause 2. As many as are in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honourable Minority Leader, you are on your feet. Clause 3, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, yes, Honourable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, I want to
ask of the minister and the chairman to help us with something. Please indulge me. There was a problem with this clause at committee meeting, and they were supposed to look at it and get back to us. I'm the ranking member. I don't have an answer yet. So it would be good that as we're considering this, we get it. In the original 612, section 5.1, it says the authorized number of shares of the bank shall be 700 billion shares of no par value. Emphasis of no par value. In this amendment, the amendment seeks under clause 3 to say that the principal enactment is amended by the insertion after section 5. So this becomes an addition. It's not a replacement of 5A. The authorized capital of the bank is now 1 billion cedis. So the question that we were asking is, do the two not run contradictory? If you say it's of no par value and you've given a number, and now you are given an amount of 1 billion Ghana cedis, do the two not run contrary? And if so, why don't we just replace the 5.1 with this new rendition instead of adding it to it? They haven't come back to us, and they say there's no amendment. That's why I'm raising it on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we seek to do is to make sure that the central bank has a minimum of 1 billion Ghana cedis as a minimum stated capital. Today, the central bank has 100,000 Ghana cedis as their stated capital. Mr. Speaker, the amendment is to give a minimum share capital. And so the drafters that we work with are the ones supposed to guide us in terms of how to situate it in law. Right, Honorable Speaker, again, this 1 billion Ghana cedis is a conditionality in the previous one. But they of no par value, Mr. Speaker, if I may consult with the drafters to see how the drafting was done. But the intention is to make sure the 1 billion is there. But of no par value, I'll do some consultation with the drafters, the Attorney General's Department, and I'll revert. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to yield to the respected chair of the committee. After his explanation, I can come in, if you don't mind.
Please, you have the floor.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, I think the point being made is very clear, that the principal enactment makes provision for the minimum shares to be held by the Bank of Ghana as its capital. Now, this proposed amendment that seeks to insert section 5A and B. For the time being, we are dealing with 5A. It says that the principal enactment is amended by the insertion after section 3 of section 5, by the section, and let me read it again. The principal enactment is amended by the insertion after section 5 of A. The authorized capital of the bank is 1 billion. But in the principal enactment itself, there is an existing provision that talks about 700 billion of no par value. We are not seeking to amend that. So it means that the two would coexist. So all we want to know is clarity on this. If this bill is passed, then we are going to have two provisions. One is saying that the minimum capital is 1 billion cedi, and another is saying that you have a 700 billion of no par value capital. Mr. Speaker, I want clarity, and I would want to be very much educated, especially so given the fact that the phrase that introduces these new two clauses does not talk about amendment, unless the understanding is that once the language in section is introduced, it automatically amends the existing provision. But my little knowledge on lawmaking in this house tells me that once we use that language, it means that we are adding on to what is already there. We are not deleting, neither are we amending by way of deleting, but we are introducing a new provision to add on to the existing provision. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a fair point that the chairman of the committee, Honorable Eric Affo, though the clerk, I don't know, the clerk of the committee added doctor to his title. I mean, that's a different matter on a different date. But for now, let's deal with the substance of the matter. And the clerk should take note.
Honorable member, we have heard from the sponsors of the bill. The minister indicates clearly, in drafting, we use substitution and then we use insertion. The word substitution in drafting has one meaning and insertion has another meaning. Now, in the rendition, they use insertion, which means the old provision still stands. Therefore, it will run parallel. But according to the minister, their intention is to make the stated capital 1 billion, but not 700. Therefore, we can refer this particular provision to the drafters to tidy it up. So the issue for our consideration is whether or not the stated capital should be 1 billion or it should remain 700. If it is going to be 1 billion, we'll put a question and then refer it to the drafters to tidy it up for us.
Mr. Speaker, perfectly right, and I appreciate your guidance. But Mr. Speaker, this is nothing controversial for us to refer to the draft person. Mr. Speaker, we can deal with it. The word here is insertion. The right word to use is substitution. So we can just amend the word insertion to substitution and we're done with it. I don't think we should have any difficulty at all.
If you use substitution again, you are going into the realm of running it parallel. So the appropriate word, if you use insertion, then you are running parallel. So the proper word is we substitute this for.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes.
That let us do it by substituting.
Yes.
So instead of saying that we are referring it to the draft person. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
You get my point?
Yes.
Yeah. But Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why the minister is rather too busy on the report of the chairman of the. Yes, but you are the chairman. Why should the minister be too busy? Mr. Speaker, he, the chairman, should lead this bill. It is my matter, Mr. Speaker, with respect. The chair of the committee on economy must lead this bill. The minister cannot be too busy on this matter. No, Mr. Speaker, we know the practice in this chamber. Please, Honorable Deputy Minister for Tourism, we know the practice. We know the practice in this house. At the consideration stage, it is the chair of the committee who leads the discussion. Mr. Speaker, we should see the Minister of Finance and the chair of the committee working together. Mr. Speaker, it's a good call so that we can tidy up and do the needful. The minister is sitting to my left. The minister, the chair is sitting to my left. The Minister of Finance is far away. They are not comparing notes. He has a report. You are here. Mr. Speaker, the practice is that at the consideration stage.
Honorable members, are we going to argue this? Let me place on record that as a ranking member in the 8th Parliament, for Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs. I was moving amendment from this side, and then the minister will be on the other side. So the issue as to whether the chairman of the committee and the minister should sit closely and compare notes will also be a subject matter of debate. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, new king, new law. Now you are sitting in a chair. New king, new law.
I don't intend to depart from the previous position.
Mr. Speaker, now Gojidi now, Madam Kuku now. Gojidi now, Esia. Madam Kuku now Gojidi. Mr. Speaker, you know it. The minority leader, Honorable Harun Idrisu, as he then was. Mr. Speaker, he knows that at consideration, it is either the ranking or the chair who will lead discussions. All I am saying is that the government, the principles of government business must be seen to be working together. The chair of a committee is sitting elsewhere, the Minister of Finance is sitting, they are working across purpose. The two of them should work together. Then whenever we ask critical questions, instead of the chairman leading discussion, he's far away. So far, the chairman has been loudly silent, and the minister is more or less trying to dictate the pace of the committee, which is not right. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of rules and practice and procedure.
You are leading the chairman.
So the Minister of Finance should take it easy. When we are done with everything, then you come in. But don't take away the powers of the chairman.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I had earlier on indicated that there's the need for us to consult the drafters and to make sure that we don't get it wrong. Speaker, I still think that I've asked the Central Bank and their AG's department to confer and revert. So whilst we go through the other clauses, I suggest we still stand this down and then continue. But Mr. Speaker, it is also important for me to give further information. Right, Honorable Speaker, whilst on the floor and discussing the inflation targeting, I asked the office to send me the data. Mr. Speaker, in Australia, inflation is set by government and central bank. In Brazil, inflation target is set by the government alone. Speaker, in Canada, the government and the central bank set inflation target. Colombia is only the central bank. Chile is only the central bank. In Czech Republic, it is the government and the central bank. In Hungary, it is government and central bank. In Iceland, it is only the government. Israel is only the government. Mexico, the inflation target is set by the central bank. For New Zealand, inflation target is set by the government and the central bank. Norway, Peru, the inflation is set by the central bank. And the Philippines, inflation is set by the central bank. Mr. Speaker, UK and Philippines all set by the central bank. And I just want to put it on record for our use.
But we
so
have dealt with that particular clause.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, if we look at the clause 3 very well, I believe clause 5, which is clause 3 is seeking to amend, in the original rendition, that is Act 612, has the provision in 5.1 and 5.2. So if there is going to be an insertion, it is not the whole of the 5, but it is 5.1. So the correct preposition here should be the principal enactment is amended by a substitution after section, by the substitution of section 5.1. Then the new rendition would come. And if this is agreeable, we can put a question on it and then further refer it to the drafters to tidy it up for us.
That is so, Mr. Speaker, except that the minister will now need to let us understand what his consultation has led to. We don't know, because it was a query that I made.
Yes.
I didn't exactly make an amendment.
Yes.
So he now needs to let us understand what his
consultation.
Yes, but Honorable Kwajo Opon-Nkrumah, I think I share your view, and then if you look at it, you would realize that Section 5.1, the one in quotes, is omitted, and instead of substitution, insertion has been used. So whilst the error is identified, we can make progress and then urge on the draft person to put it together for us. On this note, if the House is agreeable, then we put a question. Yes, Honorable Boma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister in this proposal is asking the central bank to keep a minimum balance of 1 billion cedis. Minimum authorized capital of 1 billion cedis. I just want to find out from you, because I believe with time, this minimum capital of 1 billion, as we are doing the amendment today, may be low again for the central bank to keep. So what are the steps, or what do you think, or I'm looking at ways in which we're going to make this amendment such that the central bank, the minimum capital that it's keeping, doesn't keep changing within the shortest possible time. So that is my worry for the minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the records, today the central bank's minimum capital is 10 million Ghana cedis. We are moving it from 10 million Ghana cedis to 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, the intention is that from now till 2034, the government will have to first clear the negative equity of 55 billion Ghana cedis that the central bank owe, and then capitalize it adequately by 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, when we do that, is the first step. I believe in future, another legislation can up the minimum stated capital from, say, 1 billion to, say, 10 billion. The 10 million was set many, many years ago. Today, obviously, it is of no value or very little value. 10 million then maybe was a very big thing. But so gradually we want to move it to 1 billion and in future take steps to capitalize it properly. But it is very ambitious considering the hole they already have. Without the hole, we could have gone to, let's say, 20 billion. But they have a bigger hole that we need to use taxpayers' money to seal it before you move to another 1 billion. So I think it takes some time, and I think that we should make sure that that is done. Mr. Speaker, when that decision is made that we will use taxpayers' money to capitalize the bank, obviously Parliament will have to appropriate that. And we'll come to Parliament and get Parliament to appropriate that. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, taking a second look at this particular provision, we realize that the 5.1 and 2 is dealing with authorized shares. And then the section here is dealing with authorized capital. There is a difference between authorized capital and authorized shares. That is why they are saying the share should be with no par value. So I think it is proper that it should be insertion but not substitution. Honorable Opon-Nkrumah, you realize that the 5.1 and 5.2 is dealing with authorized shares, which is 700, which they are not seeking to amend. And the 2 is saying that the shares are not transferable. But the new insertion that they are bringing is talking about authorized capital to be 1 billion. So it's really an insertion but not a substitution. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support your view, and what probably the committee chairman could do to help this consideration of the matter is that we are not shifting from share quantity to capital. So that's why I agree with you that we are inserting so that we have authorized capital. It's never the same thing as shares at par value. The two are not the same, and we shouldn't confuse the two. So we just needed an explanation that there is no nominal value per share in the original provision of 5(1) and 2. And now he wants authorized capital, which is a stated amount of 1 billion, to correct a certain imbalance. But we shouldn't treat it as if we are deleting 5(1) and 2. So I share your position, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, let me thank you so much. Speaker, we need to make the two so that we can correct things here. So, Speaker, when you say a share of no par value, it means that the price cannot be determined. You determine the price within through the price mechanism, demand and supply. So you will not have the right value. But here you want to bring in a stated capital, which is quantifiable. So I think we need to bring in the two and make progress. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I want to propose an amendment to the 5A, if it will not hurt the minister, by inserting minimum after debt, so that the new rendition will be the minimum authorized capital of the bank should be 1 billion. Because if it is his intention to raise it in future up to 10 billion, as he's saying, then we can just insert the minimum after debt, so that it can be able to cure his intention for the future. So, Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be the minimum authorized capital of the bank is 1 billion cedis. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, this is the proposal. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment.
Very well. Honourable members, with this background explanation, in view of the fact that the proper terminology should be in section of after clause 5, and then I'll put a question to the proposed amendment by Deputy Minority Whip, Honourable Habib. As many as are in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. As many as are in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. The new rendition will be the minimum authorized capital of the bank is 1 billion cedis. I will then put a question on the entire clause 3. As many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Clause 3 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Section 6 of Act 612 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no proposed amendment. Thank you.
Honourable members, no proposed amendment from the committee. It is for the consideration of the House. Any amendment? In the absence of any amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5, Chairman of the committee.
Section 8 of Act 612 amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was advertised amendment. What we are saying that Section 8 of Act 612 amended, delete the entire clause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposal is to delete entire clause 5. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Boama.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to know from the chairman of the committee why he's asking for the entire deletion of clause 5. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that because if you look at the governing board of the Bank of Ghana, where we have the governor chairing, first and second deputy governors so appointed, and a rep from the Ministry of Finance, not below the rank of the director, and 9 other members, including a chartered accountant, appointed by the President in accordance with Article 70 of the Constitution. I find it consistent with the provision. So if the chairman can explain to us why he wants an entire deletion.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee is of the view that the voting right of the director was part of effort to ensure accountability of the institution, but does not affect the autonomy of the bank. So that's the view of the committee.
You see, honorable members, if you look at Act 918, which earlier amended Act 612 of 2002, has the same provision as it is in the clause 1 proposed here. The only difference is that the new amendment is seeking to take the voting right. And the committee is of the view that the voting right was there. It doesn't cause any problem. So if it is not broken, why are you trying to fix it? Because of that, they want the old law as it is to stand. That is the reason for which clause 5 of the bill is being deleted. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, the C, that is on section 8.5C, that has to do with one representative of the ministry responsible for finance, not below the rank of director, who shall not at the meeting, who shall not vote at the meeting of the board. Mr. Speaker, is that the only reason why the chairman is proposing that the entire clause should be deleted? Because, Mr. Speaker, this will cure a lot. Because many a time the Minister for Finance, who was once a member of the board, will now be serving as a referee and a match commissioner at the same time, if allowed to have that authority when representing in the board. And Mr. Speaker, many a time when you check those above the rank or below the rank of a director, normally it is either the deputy minister or the minister of state who normally sits in that board. Because if I can just trace back about 12 years, the last 4 years, when the NDC was in government, he was the one there. When we MPP in government, Honorable Charles Aidibuahin was there, then Abena, then Amina Anta, and then the rest. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that it is going to be a serious problem by saying that that person should not have the right to vote. Because it's intended to cure something. Because you cannot be a referee and a match commissioner at the same time. No, you can't. So if that is the reason why the chairman is proposing that we should delete the entire clause, I strongly think that we should not delete it. We should rather leave it there. It will strengthen the institution. It will bring objectivity to things that they are doing. Yes, the ministry is represented. It has a supervisory order. Because when you check the bank, we are talking about its independence. But if a representative of the ministry is going to sit there and then take decisions for them, voting in other things, then where's the independence of the Bank of Ghana? So I think that we should allow this to stand, and we should, the ministry should continue to appoint somebody, should be there, but the person must not have a right to vote, Mr. Speaker. So I don't think that we should completely delete this if that is only the reason why it is proposed that it should be deleted. So it should be there, but the person must not have the right to vote. Because when you listen to the finance minister, many of the first scheduled proposed amendment that we were talking about, including the inflation part, the ministry have a supervisory oversight over the bank. So if you are seated in their board meeting, not just like any other person, like Honorable Adongo has been appointed there, he's not a rep of the ministry. So finance minister, you want to control a lot of things. That would be the problem you have. You want to control a lot of things. So what you should know that is that you should not just be of the view that you should sit in the bank and still have the right to vote in the bank. You can't be a referee and be a match commissioner at the same time. So, Mr. Speaker, we should allow this to happen and maybe subject it to vote.
Honorable Deputy Whip, if you have Act 918, Honorable Deputy Whip, Honorable Deputy Whip, if you have Act 918, page 3, the governing body of the bank is the board of directors consisting of, you will realize that everything in the 918 is the same as the proposal in the new bill. The only exception in relation to which they are repeating everything was the fact that the new one is saying who shall not vote at the meeting of the board. Therefore, if who shall not vote at the meeting of the board is deleted as the committee is proposing, then the rendition stands. So why then are you going to amend this particular provision? That is why the committee is proposing that this particular proposed amendment should be abandoned so that the old law that the Bank of Ghana is working with would stand. That is the reason for the deletion. Honourable members, yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, can the finance minister speak to this issue?
Mr. Speaker, I submitted a bill, and the content in the bill was signed by myself to the House. Mr. Speaker, when I submit the bill to the House, it is for the House to take a decision on the matter. I explained that the Act 617, it's 617, it's 612.
Yes, 612.
We took away the Ministry of Finance's power from the Monetary Policy Committee. I was a deputy minister at the time. The Speaker, I was also a board member at the time. I stayed on the board, I built capacity, and understood how the central bank works. And I was there to coordinate and also understand how public funds are being used. The Speaker, the function of the central bank's board is not monetary policy. It is the operation of the bank. So it has nothing to do with the functions of the central bank. It has to do with the operations of the bank, how they spend the resources of the bank. And at the board, for example, central bank spending huge sums of money building a head office. It's my responsibility at the time to coordinate with my minister and give the information to the minister for action. Mr. Speaker, that was the essence of putting a deputy minister responsible for finance on the board. And the deputy minister responsible for finance has always been there from the inception of the central bank. Mr. Speaker, the decision now is to further limit the powers of the deputy minister who is on the board, so that he will just be there as an observer and eventually report. But Mr. Speaker, when we went to the committee's position is that the amount of money being spent by the central bank has to do with public funds. And for example, if the central bank, in the case of today, that the central bank is in negative equity, it's the same Ministry of Finance that will have to look for money and capitalize the bank. And so if the person is on the board and cannot partake in the decision-making
that may result in losses, then why is the person there in the first place? But Mr. Speaker, I made my case as presented in the bill, but it is for the House to take the decision. And I cannot argue against the committee's position. I did it at the committee level, but what is before the House is the committee's position, but my bill says as it is. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is for the House to take the decision on the matter.
Honourable members, if the committee or the board is made up of 12 members, Honourable Habib, if the board is made up of 12 members, how would a vote of one person undermine the authority of all others? How? A vote?
Mr. Speaker, listening to the minister responsible for finance, there was one that was clear. He said, how can it is further going to reduce the powers of the deputy minister who will be on the board? That was his argument. And then he said also that how can the rep of the ministry serve in the board but doesn't have the right to vote? My argument here is about the independence of the bank. So the independence of the bank, by what you are arguing, is control of the bank. That the deputy minister must sit there and also take a decision. And in any case, it's not always deputy ministers. Because during our time, the first Adubuahini was there. When Abena became Minister of State, he was also at BOG representing the ministry. It's not always a deputy minister. It could be the minister of a minister of state. In our case, it has happened that a minister of state served on the board. Abena, when she was made a minister of state.
Honourable members, let's look at it this
Mr.
way.
Speaker, I want to propose. Let me propose something.
Honourable Habib, the governor and the deputy governors who are part of the management of the bank has a right to vote, but the one rep should not have a right to vote. Why? The governor and the deputy governors have a right to vote.
Mr. Speaker, I want to abandon my proposed amendment. So if she stands.
Honourable members, I will put a question on the proposal to delete.
Very well.
As many as are in favor of the proposal to delete clause 5 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is accordingly ordered to be deleted. Clause 6.
Section 10 of Act 612 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 6, amendment proposed. No, Clause 5, amendment proposed.
Clause 6, we dealt with Clause 5.
Okay.
Move the proposed amendment for Clause 6.
Amendment proposed. Section 10 of Act 612 amended. Delete the clause. Delete all. Mr. Speaker, the reason is we want the members of parliament to be on the board and other government appointees. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Boama.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 6 is talking about the tenure of the members of the board. But the chairman was speaking to the members of parliament not holding government positions, which is supposed to be Clause 7. So if the chairman of the committee can...
Honorable members, I think I'll have to come in and help. Honorable members, the essence of Clause 6 is to increase the tenure of office from 4 years to 5 years. And at the committee's deliberation, the committee is of the view that by the law cited today by Osahin Alexander Afenyo-Markins, the tenure of office should be coterminous to that of the appointor. Therefore, the proposal to make the tenure of office 5 years should be deleted. So the old law gives the tenure of office to be 4 years. So by the deletion of this particular provision, the tenure of office stands 4 years. That is the essence of the proposal to delete. So it is no longer going to be 5 years, but it will be 4 years.
Speaker, that is so clear. But for the records, when you call the chairman,
yes,
the chairman
he didn't move the amendment. Didn't move the amendment.
So
yes.
I wanted to draw your attention for the chairman.
So this is the issue. If the House is agreeable, then I'll put a question.
So can the chairman make the decision?
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 6 being deleted, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to be deleted. Clause 7.
Section 11A of Act 612 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Thank you. Clause 7. Amendment proposed. Section 11A of Act 612 amended. Delete the clause. Thank you.
Honorable members, the proposal is to also delete this particular provision. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have anything to say to clause 7, except to tell you that, Mr. Speaker, we are winding out. We are tired. So when we finish this one, let's suspend consideration and do one other thing so that tomorrow we can continue, Mr. Speaker. When we finish this one.
Honorable members, should I put a question on clause 7? As many as are in favor of the deletion of clause 7, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to be deleted. Clause 8.
Section 16 of Act 612 amended.
No proposed amendment?
No proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, the mood of the House, we have done up to 8 clauses. Let's suspend consideration, then we can look at it. This is a very important bill. We shouldn't rush it. Let's suspend consideration, and then we can come back to it, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, earlier I engaged the Finance Minister, and it appears that he himself is doing further consultation on a number of clauses for policy reasons. Mr. Speaker, I support the call by the First Deputy Whip that we suspend consideration and then come back, tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, we must not be seen to be rushing this bill. I have engaged my respected colleague opposite me, and I'm sure the leadership of the majority side must accede to it. I think we need to even do some winnowing to look at certain clauses and come back and continue, especially when the Finance Minister himself admits that he needs to do some further consultation on this matter. Mr. Speaker, without more, I submit.
Honorable Minority Leader, with due respect, can we come halfway?
No, we've agreed, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. There's an agreement to suspend.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there is no difficulty from this side. So I'll appeal with the minority leader to we'll suspend the amendment and then we'll get to motion 7. Motion 7. After that, we can call for the close of the day. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll bring consideration to an end and then we'll take item 7 on the other paper.
The consideration of Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill is temporarily brought to an end. Motion numbered 7 on the order paper addendum. Minister responsible for.
Mr. Speaker.
Well, let's take motion 6 first.
Thank you.
Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, page 4, motion 6. In today's order paper, maybe let me jam with that. Notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after a notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the second reading of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Kumasi Bill 2025 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion move. Any seconder? Chairman of the committee, will you second the motion? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I second the motion.
Yes, minority leader.
Speaker, with respect, this is the order paper. The Honorable Minister said, page 4 of today's order paper, motion 6. The order paper does not have the said advertised motion.
Honorable
if he's referring
minority
to the
leader.
addendum,
Yes.
No.
I mentioned the subject matter.
You are right.
And in mentioning the subject matter, I make reference to motion
Mr.
7
Speaker, it's
and
not
later
about you.
corrected it to motion 6.
Mr. Speaker, it's not about you
And
at all.
that was the motion moved.
Mr. Speaker, it's not about you. It is about he quoting the right motion for the record. As for you, Mr. Speaker, you are right. But what you've said and what he has said are two different things. If Mr. Speaker says order paper addendum, then he gets up to say order paper. Mr. Speaker, I have the order paper addendum here. I have the order paper. So I want him to correct himself.
Honorable minority leader, I have mentioned motion 6. And motion 6 is on the order paper addendum. And the page that was mentioned, page 4 of the order paper addendum, contains the motion. And the motion that was moved was the right motion. The motion has been moved and seconded, and it is therefore for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. This is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, once again, certificate of urgency. No, but read, please. Let me read the motion. Let me read the motion. That notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the second reading of KNUST Kumasi Bill 2025 be moved today. Is that not what you are doing? Mr. Speaker, you are praying this House to waive the mandatory notice required for 2 days. That is what you are doing. So again, is that not the certificate of urgency? Is that not what you are doing? Mr. Speaker, certificate of urgency in context. What you are doing is now to say that you don't want this bill to be properly processed by members. That you've just introduced the bill, you want it taken today as an urgent matter. When members, after receiving the report, would have to go through, and if they have any proposed amendment or anything to say on the subject matter, be it the memorandum accompanying the bill, they would make informed decision. But if once again you come to the House, then you introduce certificate of urgency, let's waive the rules, let us allow this to pass. Mr. Speaker, what is the urgency? Why don't you want the bill to go through its normal process? Has KNUST come to a standstill? Is there any matter in particular affecting teaching and learning at KNUST that you think, in your view, Parliament must rush this bill? Mr. Speaker, I am concerned, and I will raise it and raise it over and over again. It is becoming one too many that parliamentarians are not allowed to discharge their duties bona fide. It is becoming one too many. Almost every policy of state, almost every bill, it comes here and they say certificate of urgency, they waive the rules. They ask for waiver. And that is why a moment ago I raised the issue of the lithium agreement. It came to this House. The minority called for further consultation. The minister justified why they have to take the contract agreement in the form and shape it was. Then after the CSOs have started, after they started their criticism, he rushed into this chamber to withdraw. And now going through the same consultations we propose. What kind of legislature do we want to be remembered for? Mr. Speaker, if it were to be any other democratic system, the minister would have been asked to resign. The Minister of Lands, for doing that, because it amounts to a policy failure. You introduce a policy, the minority tells you, do the right thing, you say no, you go in circles, come back, and you withdraw. And then you are now engaged in consultation. Any serious democracy, the minister would have been asked to resign because he misled cabinet. Because that paper went to cabinet, he came here with cabinet approval. So why after 1 month you are withdrawing? So colleagues, it is not a matter of we trying to stop you. We can't stop you, you have your numbers. But please listen and stop this rush work. The public out there is concerned about the way the majority rushes things through this parliament. And we will not shut our mouth. We will not be quiet. You bring bills, you bring policies, and you want to rush parliament. You can't even read it. You don't have to read it. Within 24 hours, they move a motion. Other paper addendum. Why, Mr. Speaker? Your masters are the CSOs. You go and face them. If you won't respect us, they will put you to order. The CSOs are waiting for you out there. If you won't listen, they will have their whip and they will crack it, and you will rush and come here shamefully. We are watching.
Honorable, I will give you the floor, but before you come in to speak, honorable members, order. Honorable members, let's make reference to our rules and to inform the general public that our rules make provision for withdrawal of statements. That is Standing Order 95. The rule make provision for withdrawal of papers laid. That is Standing Order 98. And Standing Order 106 makes withdrawal of a motion. So, honorable members, if a process comes before us and then the procedure is laid down for which reason that particular process should be withdrawn, honorable members, when we are considering a bill, I think our discussion should be limited to the bill under reference. Honorable members, few minutes ago, I asked a rhetorical question. Under what circumstances do you move a procedural motion? If you are considering a matter under a certificate of urgency based on Article 106(13), what do you waive? Is it the orders of this House that you waive? No. It is what the Constitution says you should do. That is what you waive when you are considering a matter under a certificate of urgency. So, to move a procedural motion cannot be equated to a constitutional waiver. Honourable members, we owe a duty to say the right thing to the general public. Honourable Minister for Education, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, do I proceed to move the motion as you have adequately responded to the minority leader?
Please do.
Suffice it to add that, Mr. Speaker, this is not one of the bills that is in his words. The bill was gazetted 23rd October 2025. I laid it before this House on 7th November, and therefore there's been enough publicity to the public and to the academic community to follow through. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I beg to move that the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Kumasi Bill 2025 be read the second time. And Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to establish the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Kumasi. As you may recall, Mr. Speaker, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology is one of Ghana's foremost public universities, which has a niche in the provision of science and technology education. It currently has a student population of 80,000 Ghanaian students. And Mr. Speaker, it's important that I put it in context. The university was established in 1962, or probably, if you want to follow the historical antecedent, there was a Kumasi College of Technology which opened officially on 22nd January 1952, and subsequently it was named and established in 1961. It has operated largely on Act 880. And Mr. Speaker, it was named after Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the first president and prime minister of Ghana. It is based in Kumasi in the Ashanti region. And Mr. Speaker, it's important that I emphasize the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology has one significant feature. Otumfuo Asantehene plays an extraordinary role as the chancellor of the university. It has a number of colleges in humanities and social sciences, but Mr. Speaker, emphasis is that they should focus more on the delivery of science and technology education in Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, this revision of Act 80 which was subsequently amended in 1998. We are doing so in order that we would expand access to higher education, which is enshrined in the Constitution as a right subject to the availability of resources, and also to ensure that we improve the governance architecture of the university. Mr. Speaker, in the past, it had the head of state or the commander-in-chief of the President of the Republic as Chancellor. Now, in respect of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Otumfuo Asanteni takes that role, and he has lived above that task. He demonstrates personal interest in supporting the institution and ensuring that it lives up to the standard. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Kumasi Bill be read, Bill 2025 be now read as a revision of what was established in 1961, subsequently amended in 1998, following its establishment in 1962. I so move.
May I call on the chairman of the Education Committee to present the committee's report?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I present the report, I want to make a correction on page 10. If you go to item 5, clause 6, the second provision, instead of a University of Ghana, it should be Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in the three lines. So that's a correction I want to make. Mr. Speaker, I pray that the Hansard Department captures the whole report as having been read, as I take a few of the important or salient points in the report. The Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Kumasi Bill 2025 was laid before Parliament on Friday, 7th November 2025 by the Honorable Minister for Education, Mr. Haruna Idrisu, in accordance with Article 1061 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, 1992, and Order 1593 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. Pursuant to Article 1064 of the 1992 Constitution and the Standing Order of Parliament, the Speaker subsequently referred the bill to the Committee on Education for consideration. Mr. Speaker, I would like to go to observations. The observations below reflect the committee's review of the bill, taking into account its deliberations and the inputs received from stakeholders. It dealt with mandate shift from science and technology, fee-paying students and access to higher education, access to university precincts and the public character of the institution, with aims and objectives of the university, campuses of the university and future expansion. Then we have the proposed amendments. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the redefining of tertiary education to meet the contemporary needs, the creation of a more efficient and effective university governance structure, and the institution of robust measures are critical to the university's growth and development. The bill responds to the university's significant growth and transformation, aligns its governance and administrative structures with global higher education standards, and strengthens its capacity to deliver quality, technology-driven teaching, research, and innovation. The bill to repeal and reenact the legal framework establishing the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology is both necessary and timely. The committee therefore recommends that the House adopt this report and pass the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Kumasi Bill 2025 in accordance with Article 1061 of the 1992 Constitution. Respectfully submitted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion move. Report presented. It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable Asafwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Committee on Education. with respect to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi Bill 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday I joined the committee to have a perusal of the bill. There's one important thing that I want to bring to fore. Right Honorable Speaker, let me take you to Article 38 of the 1992 Constitution. In Article 38, Clause 3A, which guarantees equal access that will have to be given in terms of university education. Right Honorable Speaker, today if you go to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, you would realize that 25% of admissions is given to fee-paying students. The question that I ask myself is, as representatives of the people, how are we protecting ordinary students who cannot pay this amount of money? For university to, as it were, give 25% of its quota to fee-paying students is unacceptable. And I want to see how this bill is going to cure this minute. When you speak to the school authorities, they are telling us that it is because the school needs money to be able to run the institution. It is on that basis that they give 25% quota to fee-paying students. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be acceptable, and I hope that the committee will find a way to be able to deal with it and maybe inculcate that in the bill. Right Honorable Speaker, secondly, with respect to emphasis as to what Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology was actually established for. Today, if you go to KNUST, emphasis is not really on science and technology. In fact, emphasis is on humanities more than science and technology. This is a worrying and a troubling issue. It's a worrying and troubling spectacle that I believe that the minister and the committee will find a way to be able to deal with this matter, because it cannot be that an institution will be established for purposes of science and technology and more emphasis is given to, as it were, humanities. Right Honorable Speaker, with these few words, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Professor Kingsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the space to speak to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, at the committee meeting yesterday, and also going through the report, I would like to make some few observations that have caught my attention. Mr. Speaker, the first one has to do with mandate shifts, which is also referred to as mandate creep or mission creep. That is an institution shifting from their core mandate. Mr. Speaker, it is true that Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and other similar universities are shifting. But in this global age and space, it is difficult to restrict institutions at that level to operate within certain milieu. What we have to do is to help them to identify niches where they have strength. Then we resource them so that they will be able to have control over that area. So, for example, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology cannot be asked to not run programs in the arts and humanities. What we can do is that we need to ensure that we strengthen their core mandate, the niche areas. Anybody who, for example, in the world, will want to come to KNUST must do so because of the strength in that area and other areas. So that has been my position on this matter, and I'm happy that the committee came to that conclusion. The Speaker, the fee paying, it is worrying because of the effects of denying access to children from families that are not well to do. Mr. Speaker, how do we deal with this matter? I don't think that the universities will want this to happen. It's also because of budgets, subvention from government. Our government doesn't have the financial envelope huge enough to deal with the universities in terms of providing their resources, their monetary incentives, compensation, and all that. I used to be a lecturer, and lecturers also want to live good, but they are limited in terms of how much they earn. So if government is able to expand its allocation to the universities, Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced that we will see a reduction in the focus on the restriction regarding focus on fee paying. And I think that the minister should have a way of dealing with that. Again, one issue also is regarding access to university precincts. And there was a restriction in the act under consideration where access is denied the public in having some form of activities on campus. And I'm happy that that restriction has been removed. I will advise or suggest to K University to follow the example of University of Ghana, where Professor Ernest Ayete, when he was the Vice Chancellor, had this, access point restriction. If you want to enter University of Ghana, you need to pay before you go, before you enter. And that is also a channel of raising resources for the university. And I have not seen that at K University. If they can also do that, they can generate, some money to face their roles and do other activities. Mr. Speaker, we also saw at the aims and objectives that, and I'm happy that this act is under consideration, that one of the aims, the first aim of the university was to provide higher education. It was so broad and nebulous. And we encourage them that they need to tweak that to include, for example, more emphasis on science and technology education. And I'm sure that, Mr. Speaker, if these observations are dealt with, they are addressed, they will inure to the benefit of the university, and Ghanaian students will find the pleasure and the commitment to access education at KN University that sits in the hearts of Kumasi, where the Supreme King, Otumfuo, lords over. On that score, I want to thank the committee and support the continual work on this bill to become an act to the benefit of Ghana education. Mr. Speaker, thanks for the space given me. I'm grateful.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Dominique Napari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Bill. Mr. Speaker, the need for a comprehensive review of the bill for the university has been long overdue. Mr. Speaker, this is so because looking at the time the university was established, as espoused by the minister, at the Universities Act 80, which was reviewed last time in 1998. Since then, a lot has happened in the university to the effect that there's a need for a review of the legal regime of the university to enable it actually execute its mandate as a university. Mr. Speaker, it is even so important because of the changing dynamics of the global situation today, that things have been changing every now and then to the extent that the university needs to also move with the changing times. Mr. Speaker, it is important because with the evolving global and technological-driven nature of the higher education today, it is important that the legal regime is revised to move with the changing trend. Mr. Speaker, the committee also noted during its deliberation that the university is now deviating from its core mandate to provide science and technology-based education. The Speaker, during the discussion, the university's authorities' attention was drawn to the fact that even though they will want to expand the scope to include the humanities, it is important that they actually respect the core mandate for which the university was established. And one thing came out that it is for the sake of getting resources to run the universities. That is why they are straying into other areas apart from their core mandate. But it is noted that in spite of the fact that they need the resources to run the universities, it is also important that they respect the core mandate, particularly because the modern trend of development generally, it is technological based. And for which reason, as a country, if we deviate from the provision of a higher education in terms of science and technology, then we'll be doing Ghana a disservice because that is where the world is moving to. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the universities focus on their core mandate rather than drastically deviating from their core mandate. And it was noticed that it was not only the University of Science and Technology, Kwame University of Science and Technology, all other universities, state universities are deviating from their core mandate. And it is important that this Parliament draw their attention to the fact that they need to respect the core mandate. Mr. Speaker, another thing the committee noted was to the effect that, as a colleague mentioned, the proportion of the fee-paying students they admit these days is almost getting equal to those who are to enjoy the normal fees that they have to pay. And it also came out that it is also as a result of the same reason for wanting to expand their resource base to be able to manage the universities. And so the committee came out with a proposal that government should make sure that they provide adequate incentives and facilities at the universities so that they will not be drifting to attempting to be asking students to pay higher fees for admission. It was even noted that those who are paying, most often than not, their grade point of entry is normally reduced. They rather tighten those who are to have access, the poor ones who are to have access and have free education. They rather tend to focus on fee paying and rather admit more of them, depriving the poor ones and the marginalized ones for having access to the university education. So on this note, Mr. Speaker, the university was urged to rather respect the general admission protocols rather than overemphasizing on the fee-paying process. Mr. Speaker, on this note, we will urge the House to approve on the report so that the revised legal regime of the university be taken, in order that they can actually implement the core mandate of the university. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Xavier Sosu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion that the bill be read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to make this very brief point when it comes to paragraph 5 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the report said the bill seeks to repeal and reenact the existing legal framework governing the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology under Act 559. Mr. Speaker, it is needful for us to realize that at the time this university was first established, my research shows that it had a little bit over 4,000 students. As we speak today, the student population of that school is over 85,000. Obviously, things have evolved, and it's so important that we reform our laws to meet contemporary directions. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion that we adopt the second reading, we adopt this report for the second reading of the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority leadership. Minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to have been here today to deal with this matter which is so dear to my heart: our universities and corporate social responsibility. Mr. Speaker, let me root my argument on a very profound statement by the committee itself. Mr. Speaker, the conclusion of the committee's report, this is what the committee says, quote, "The bill responds to the significant growth and transformation of the university, aligns its governance and administrative structures with contemporary global standards in higher education, and strengthens the institutional capacity to deliver quality, technology-driven teaching, research, and innovation." Full stop. Mr. Speaker, 3 important points emerge from this phrase alone. 1, that the university seeks to align its structures with contemporary global standards in higher education. Mr. Speaker, I have a university in my constituency, and I started a crusade way back in 2010. By 2022, I gave up because I realized that I wasn't going to have any success. But even before I started my own crusade in Winneba, I did some work in all the other public universities and realized that the situation in Winneba was the same as we have in other public universities. Mr. Speaker, and that has to do with corporate social responsibility. Corporate social responsibility. Mr. Speaker, if you go to KNUST, if you go to Legon, you go to UCC, and my own constituency, UEW, Mr. Speaker, you hardly find tangible social impact programs and projects that impact on the community. Mr. Speaker, the budgets of these universities do not factor the community where they operate. Mr. Speaker, that is a worrying situation. Therefore, if I read that the committee is talking about the university aligning its policies with contemporary global standards in higher education, I am curious to know whether this means that after this enactment, they are now going to pay attention to corporate social responsibility. And this is not only for KNUST, Kumasi alone, but for all other universities. Mr. Speaker, back in the days, I remember when I was at St. Augustine's College, the Ogwa Traditional Council was able to negotiate with the secondary schools in Cape Coast to give them a quota. So it didn't really matter. St. Augustine's and Adisadel, Infantipim and Co. You needed to have a certain minimum qualification. But back in the days, I remember very well that the Traditional Council was able to negotiate for a certain quota so that indigenes from Cape Coast could also get admission into these first-class secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, there is no such thing in our universities where they have a whole program enacted by the council to look at this. The essence of higher education is to create a balance and create a certain ecosystem of inclusiveness for everybody to have opportunity. There are those who are placed at the lowest ebb of fortune's wheel who may not get the opportunity. There are communities that are impacted. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you go to Oxford, for instance, the whole economy of Oxford, and by the way, Mr. Speaker, without boasting, I was privileged to have been educated there. The whole economy of Oxford, the Oxford city, is hinged on the University of Oxford. It's a fact. If you go to Harvard, which is in Boston, I hope I'm right, Mr. Speaker, Boston is an educational hub where Harvard and other universities are transforming the economy of that city. You go to Switzerland, because of international diplomacy, because of international organizations that are populated there, universities there have taken advantage and providing higher education, and that is having impact on the economy. Mr. Speaker, I know, Mr. Speaker, the deputy majority leader wants me to refer to his alma mater. I know he did his master's at University of Chicago, a very prestigious university. And I know, yes, University of Chicago itself has a lot of social impact policies in Chicago, and people pride themselves attending that university. And it has this direct nexus with the community and city development. Mr. Speaker, we don't have that in our public universities in Ghana. What they have done well, which I applaud them, is that when we saw the upsurge of private universities, they were quick to come up with programs that made them attractive, and students preferred to be in public universities rather than going to private universities, not necessarily because of cost, but the prestige and the fact that there were programs that they found attractive. But that has not been done when it comes to this area. So, Honorable Minister, perhaps I am signaling my intention of bringing amendment when we get to that stage, which amendment will look at corporate social responsibility as part of this new KNUST, especially so when it is clear from the committee's report that this university is now saying it is embracing new contemporary global standards, because globally those universities have certain standards that impact on the community. Mr. Speaker, my second point is on institutional capacity to deliver quality and technology-driven teaching. Mr. Speaker, today, diplomacy is even AI-driven. Today, diplomacy is even AI-driven. Mr. Speaker, what are our universities doing? I just inquired from my colleagues in that area, the educationists amongst us. I just asked them, is any of our public universities offering a program in AI? Mr. Speaker, a degree. Do we have a first degree program? BSc, AI, technology. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing like that. Are we being deliberate about this as a nation? We are aware of what is happening in the recent WASE. We are not here to talk about the politics. No, this is a national issue, and it goes to the root of the challenges we have. If we don't pay attention to all these, we'll set up the university, come here with amendment of the law, and Mr. Speaker, the impact will be zero. So, if the observation is that they are going to be innovation-driven research, Mr. Speaker, then we must tell our minister, it's not just about talking about research, but how much is invested in research. When COVID struck, we know how relevant Noguchi Memorial Center of Research became. After COVID, what have we done by way of expanding the frontiers of research? The investment we've made, have we done anything? Are we really supporting our universities? Beyond the law we enact, are we also resourcing them? Are we going to stop at this enactment, or will go beyond? Is the minister going to get cabinet support to look at research support, or we are only interested in the tangibles? Gold board, there is gold, they are being sold, and the dollar CD is stable. When we are only creating a bubble, a bust will expose all of us when we are not investing in production. Yet we say there's gold board, there is this, there is that, because there's stability. I agree, but it may be temporal. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to pay attention to this research, invest there. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude on one worrying thing. We know that the universities are by themselves very independent, or the recent enactments that we have passed on this floor, we have sought to allow them to operate independently with at least no executive interference. Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure what I am reading. I am quite concerned. I am quite curious. Is this new law seeking to chip away the independence? Looks like today we've been talking about independence of institutions and all. I want clarity, and I'm sure when we get there. I read the memorandum accompanying the bill. I'm not too sure what the minister is seeking to do. The Act 80, 1961. The council is the highest authority. It appoints its principal officers such as VC. Chancellor is appointed by the president. Mr. Speaker, what we are reading is not clear. But fortunately, the minister himself is here. It appears that this new law is giving some powers to the president. It appears so. Mr. Speaker, the minister must bring clarity. The ambiguity is rather too glaring, too obvious. And whenever the executive is proposing a bill and decides to create such ambiguity, one must be concerned. It means that there is something under the sleeves of the executive. Mr. Speaker, we know that the overlord of Ashanti is the Chancellor, has always been. Now this enactment is introducing a term limit and saying that no, he has to be appointed. That thing, there has to be clarity. So you are saying that if he serves 2 terms, he is no more qualified. Is that what you are saying? When the existing law confers certain rights, that's why I'm saying that I know the minister has what it takes to bring clarity. We don't want a KNUST that will be controlled by the executive. I don't think for a moment that that is your intention. You are giving some limited powers to make appointments. But even so, those are fettered powers by law. You cannot have them absolute. This enactment, this bill is introducing.
So you also want to do that. So I'll give you that. That's what.
Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that a certain level of ambiguity is being introduced in the memorandum accompanying this bill. It isn't too clear how the powers of the Chancellor is to be administered, how those powers are to be exercised. We are not so clear how, to what extent the president is now invading into the powers of the chancellor, in addition to his already wider powers given to him by the constitution. Mr. Speaker, how independent will KNUST be after today? That is the main concern. How independent will KNUST be? How independent can the Vice Chancellor be in taking decisions, in managing the affairs of the university with the deans and other faculty heads after today? There has to be clarity. We are now giving those powers to the president. From what I'm reading, the minister must clarify. You have the opportunity to clarify. Have there been wider consultation in Ashanti region, the media stakeholders, the chiefs and the people? Have they seen this amendment? Mr. Speaker, under this reset dispensation, we have been told that they engage in wider consultation. We don't want to start this bill and then they will withdraw as usual and say they are coming back again because it's in accordance with our rules. Mr. Speaker, the minister must tell us the extent of consultation and engagement with the immediate stakeholders in the Ashanti region, particularly the traditional authorities. We need to know, because this bill is taking away some rights, powers, is doing away with some relationship that the traditional authority had with the university that has helped it to grow that far. Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by urging the minister Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by urging the respected minority leader, as he then was, Honorable Harun Edrisu, to take on board all the views take on board all the issues we've raised, all the concerns we've raised, and address them for purpose of clarity, even as we proceed to deal with this bill. Mr. Speaker, on matters of campuses to be established and future expansions, we'll deal with it at the consideration stage. I won't belabor the point. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for indulging me.
Yes, majority bench.
Mr. Speaker, we want the minister to clear the doubt from the minds of
Well, that doesn't lie in your mouth.
The minority leader.
So it's either you are speaking or you are not speaking.
No. Speaker, we are yielding to...
The minister has the right to conclude. So if you are not going to make use of the opportunity to speak as majority bench, leave that to me.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you may conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I should thank you once again for the support and thank the committee chair and members of the committee. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Professor Mrs. Rita Akosua-Dixon, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Science and Technology, Council Chair Nana Achimfua Asafu-Boachia Jima-Bonsu. They sat through the meeting throughout, Mr. Speaker, with the Education Committee. And Mr. Speaker, I should also put on record that the existing Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Kumasi Act of 1961, Act 80, is what we are revising. Mr. Speaker, it's gone through a thorough consultative process. The university itself set up the Professor John Tia Buguri Committee, Status and Acts Review Committee, and they made recommendations. Subsequently, we engaged with Otumfuo, the Asantehene Council Chair and Vice Chancellor before the bill was introduced. Mr. Speaker, there is nowhere in the bill where there is a proposition for the President to appoint the Chancellor of the university. Chancellor is determined by the Council of the University. President Mahama have appointed, as I mentioned, Achamfo Asafubuacha Jimambonsu as the Chair of Council. And Mr. Speaker, in this bill, academic freedom is guaranteed and assured, and the university is assured of it. Let me assure the Honorable Minority Leader that consultation was thorough. And then also on corporate social responsibility, we have taken his view on it. But naturally, when universities are doing admissions, they pay respect to their immediate catchment and environment. And I'm sure in the use of their IGF, they will be guided by what he has mentioned. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Vincent mentioned the issue yesterday. He sat through the committee to share his own personal experience, that he was unable to pursue law because his father couldn't afford the fees at the time. That's why government has introduced the no fee stress to support those who may be financially excluded. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank members for the support and then assure that the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology has one of the best medical schools in the country, and government is working to equip and get the teaching hospital operationalized before the end of year 2026, so that I can take some burden off for another teaching hospital. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank our colleagues and be assured, we have encouraged the Kumasi, the university, to lead with artificial intelligence. They should be the first as a science technology dedicated university. I myself expressed concern that they should not be admitting more students into social sciences and the humanities, so that they stay to their core mandate. Once again, I'm grateful.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to establish the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi, and to provide for related matters.
That the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi Bill 2025 is duly read for the second time. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Speaker, may we pray you to take the items on order paper addendum 2. We'll lay a paper and then take the report, motion number 2, Mr. Speaker. So I pray that we take item number 1 on order paper addendum 2, Speaker.
Mr. That Speaker, has already been done.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The majority chief whip is talking about order paper addendum 2. We are now being given order paper addendum 2.
What is it?
We don't want to believe that when the Minister of Interior, with additional responsibility to national security, enters the chamber, he comes with all his might. Mr. Speaker, he came and they quickly printed this order paper addendum 2. We have not been given copies. When I got up, the clerk at table brought it. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Interior has been in leadership before, and we have on his records as a minority chief whip. He has always emphasized consultation. He said there must be consultation and procedure. You didn't engage. The deputy majority leader had discussed the possibility of looking at this. Mr. Speaker, yes, he discussed the possibility. Mr. Speaker, if you want to do it, at least put us on notice. and tell us why.
No, you are just
Mr. Speaker, these things must stop. These things must stop. If you want to run a one-sided parliament, say so. And the CSOs will come after you. They are the only people you fear. When the minority is telling you to do the right thing, you've set up a WhatsApp group, a government WhatsApp group, You think you have their support forever? Wait and see. Very soon, the CSOs, they will leave you at no pocket. They are the people you fear. So you created a government WhatsApp group where you leak information to them, alert them ahead of time. Very soon, you will see. Listen to this side of the house. We are your partners in this chamber. When we talk, listen.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader misses the chamber. He's been away for some time. So I even suspect that the 15-day rule will be kicking. I suspect so. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the item number 1 is captured in the frame of the way it is, but the particular matter has not been tackled. So I believe that if we lay it, we will engage and explain the circumstances. Then, so we'll stand it down. We'll stand it down and take. Let's stand. You should. Sorry. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members,
yes.
Subject to the pleasure of the House, can we lay the report and defer the consideration of the motion?
Mr. Speaker, we are obliged. We are obliged. So,
Mr. Speaker, we are part of the governance architecture of the country. National security matters. You don't do the usual with it. So the deputy majority leader had hinted me on this matter. So we would oblige them to lay the report and take the report, because that was the prayer. We don't mind, because this has to do with the national security of our state. But Mr. Speaker, the amount, when you cannot provide for women banking, the women banking that you stated in your manifesto.
So, Honorable Minority Leader, are you debating the motion?
Pardon?
Are you debating the motion? The report has not been laid. The motion has not been moved. But it appears you are in the mood to debate the motion.
Mr. Speaker, you know opposition matters are always alleged. Mr. Speaker, we are in opposition.
Yes,
I
understand.
We are guided by rules.
I understand you are in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we know you are a rules man.
You are opposition leader. But as opposition leader, you don't operate too much outside
Mr.
the
Speaker,
rules.
it is always alleged. But it's okay. I was only signaling them.
We have seen the amount.
I am only signaling them that the amount that they are giving to the Minister of Interior with additional responsibility.
Honorable Minority
Mr.
Leader,
Speaker, he is not paying attention to me.
You are forcing me to say that
Mr. Speaker,
you are
but
out
with
of
all
order.
the provocation, he's decided not to respond. He has to respond.
No, Honorable Minority
Mr.
Leader,
Speaker,
you
how
are
can he be quiet in
compelling me.
this chamber?
You are compelling me to say that you
Mr.
are
Speaker,
operating
Mr.
completely
Speaker, no.
out
Mr.
of
Speaker,
order.
he can't be quiet today. Honorable Muntaka is not known for being quiet.
4 billion.
You take him 4 billion. Into what
I will
4
urge
billion, you are
Honorable
quiet.
Muntaka to
You can't be
resist
quiet.
the temptation.
Sikam pedede.
You must resist the temptation.
Sikam pedede. When you want your manti, won't pesa okasa. Obe kasa.
All members, presentation of papers, order paper addendum 2. Chairman of the committee.
Reports of the Committee on Security and Intelligence on the annual budget estimate of the National Security Council for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honourable members, report duly presented and it is for distribution to the House. Yes.
Speaker, may I pray that we turn to other paper addendum, motions numbers 8 and 9, Mr. Speaker.
Motion number 8.
Madam Speaker, motion number 8 as captured in page 5 of the other paper addendum, I beg to move. Thank you.
Motion move. Any seconder?
Speaker, I second the motion.
It is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now item, yes. Item numbered 9. Yes. Item numbered 9. Kwame Nkrumah, University of Science and Technology, Kumasi Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Chairman of the committee, clause 1. Chairman of the committee. The maize has been tilted, so clause 1.
Mr. Speaker, table office need to set the tone. We can't hear them.
Establishment of the university.
Clause 1. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Aims of the university.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Sub-clause 2, paragraph D. Delete and insert the following. Provide students with an understanding of global affairs through the application of modern tools, including emerging technologies for teaching, learning, and dissemination of knowledge in support of sustainable development. I so move.
Honourable member, I have not seen any advertised amendment on the order paper. Honourable members, on this note, I will take 2 minutes adjournment, 2 minutes suspension.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, kindly resume your seat. Chairman of the committee, I humbly advise that the committee's proposed amendment should be printed on the order paper addendum so that we can look at it. It is neater that way. Everybody can be carried on board. So temporarily, we suspend the consideration of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Kumasi Bill 2025. We shall come back to it shortly. Now, order paper addendum 2. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Honorable Speaker, I move that this honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Security and Intelligence on the allocation of the sum of 3,751,733,088 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Security Council for the year ending 31st December 2026. I beg your pardon, I so move.
Members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, to open the debate, I took 2 minutes to understand this. I got the understanding. I'll urge upon the Minister of Interior to give the entire House the same background leading to this particular motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you recollect, exactly a week today, a number of motions were moved. And if you go check the records, you will see that the motion number 34 of last week, Tuesday, was that the Honorable House adopts the report of the Joint Committee on Defense and Interior and Security and Intelligence, the allocation sum. When they were putting the sum, that was where there was an error, because the sum was supposed to be the sum of both Ministry of Interior and National Security. And that total will have been 16.3 billion. Unfortunately, the figure that was put that day was only 12.5 billion, which is for only the Interior Ministry. So leaving that of the National Security. Now, 2 options: to come back to the floor to just correct the figure, or better still, what we are doing, just take the full motion on the national security. And we opted that let's just take the motion afresh so that we will be able to now have the 3.7 that will be added to the 12.7 that 12.5 that was taken last week. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no any challenge. For those who want to get clarity from the budget document, if you go and take budget page 184, you will see that item 37 and 38. Item 37 says the Minister of Interior. Then you have 38 shows the National Security Council. And when you put the 2 figures together, it's supposed to give you 16.3 billion. But that day, we took it as 12.5 billion. And this is just to correct that, to enable the right figures be captured in the appropriation. That is why we are taking this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not contributing yet, but I just want a proper foundation laid on the matter that the minister a moment ago addressed us on. Now, he referred to the budget. The page you referred us to, is there a line item which has National Security Council 3 billion 751 million 733,088 Ghana cedi?
Mr. Speaker, rightly so. That's why I've made reference to the page. If your budget is next to you, it is page 184 of the budget. If you have the budget, you can take at it or look at it. And then you look at the appendix 4A, item 37 and 38. So page 184. Page 184 of the main budget. You will see appendix 4A, item 37. You see Ministry of Interior. When you go to the extreme end, it gives you 12,577,077,977. When you look at item 8, it gives you National Security Council.
No,
Item 38. Item 38, National Security Council. When you go to the extreme end, it gives you 3,751,733,088 cedis, which is what is captured on the addendum 2. So if you were to have the order paper of last week, Tuesday, a week today, which was on the 9th, you will see that the total figure that was supposed to be captured for the 2, because I supervised it, I was supposed to move the motion as 1. They should have been 16.3 billion. That's putting the 12.7 and then the 3.7 together. But unfortunately that day, the total was 12.7, meaning that only that of Interior was captured and that of the National Security was left out. So we had two options, like I said earlier, to come back to the floor just to correct the figure, or to come by the motion as we are doing now to take the motion fully on the national security. And we opted to do this because, as we corrected last week, we didn't even have the opportunity to look at the reports and debate the reports. So that's why we opted for this, just to capture that of the national security appropriately, so that it will pave way for it to feature properly in the appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for further clarity, we are all learning. Mr. Speaker, the figure that he says came under the Ministry of Interior, 12 billion, that one I agree. And he's saying that the actual amount for National Security Council is 3.751,733,088. However, under that item, it's incomplete. You have Research Department of 64,910,351. So, Mr. Speaker, if we approve the 3.3751, what it means is that the Research Department one of 64 will still be hanging, because that was not part of the 12.5 that was earlier approved under Interior. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister, because you look at item 838, because 38 that he refers to, it has National Security Council, then we have National Security Headquarters and agencies, and then we have Research Department.
Yes, Honorable
Thank you,
Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, kindly, the minority leader should just note that you have a say of which. So you may ask, why was it said that just beneath the National Security Council, you have of which National Security Council headquarters and agencies? Because the way we operate currently is that, as you may know, the research department largely operates under foreign affairs, but all the others work under National Security Council. That's why the figure was repeated when you talk about of which National Security Council headquarters and agencies. That means including the research. That is why you now have of which 6491351 is stated. That 6491351 is part of the 3.7. It's clearly part of the 3.7. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, then I have an issue because, you see, you have under the 38, you have that same figure repeating is at the 3751733088 coming under National Security Headquarters and Agencies. So it says that 3751, of which National Security Headquarters and Agencies, it repeat the figure. I agree. When you come to the next one, the research department, compensation is not provided for. I agree. But what I am asking is that if you now provide for 64 million over there, you need to do some additions. You cannot say that the first one of which the amount you've repeated, there is some problem there because the headline has the main amount, and then if you follow through, you realize that there is some consistency. Other expenditure you add up, then you get the main amount. But you cannot repeat NSC headquarters and agencies, repeat the same figure, then you say research department 64 million, then you come and tell me that it is part of it. When you add, you get the same figure. Honorable Minister, with respect, I mean, I think we've been handling this budget. Go back to the 37. Go back to 37. If you look at the 37, if you add all of it, you realize that you get that figure of 12,577. So how come when it gets to the national security, you're unable to add up? Mr. Speaker, if you check what you have under 37, add the 37, paragraph 37 of page 184. You will see that there is some consistency. Add the numbers. But the national security, Mr. Speaker, there is something wrong there. Mr. Speaker, it's there, black and white.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing wrong. Well, anytime you said of which, it means that it's embedded. And Mr. Speaker, as you may know, if you are going to take the argument of my minority leader, then what it means is that under the of which research department, when you say compensation dash, it means that nobody under the research department will be paid for that year. That's what it will mean. But they will be paid. They will be paid. So I can give you the actual figures here. When it comes to the research, the compensation is about 734 million. I'm talking about the committee's report, which you also have. And then you have goods and services, 54,910. Then you have keepers, page 10 of the committee's report. Are you with me now? Yes. Yes. So you have all the figures, and you see that it sums up to the 3.751 billion. Look at that report. So I'm saying that, yes, the total figure that was given for the national security is the
3.7. If you want to see the actual breakdown, this one that is rationally, they should even state all the others like National Signal Bureau, National Investigative Bureau, which have not been done here. So what you have here, the most interesting thing is the global figure, because embedded in it are all this that has not been stated here. But if you go to appropriation, you are going to be looking at the global figure and the national security. And I'm telling you that the research has not been left out. What they printed there, yes, to you and I, may not make sense because you won't say, based on what they printed in the budget, you say that research will not receive any compensation. But they have. Over 700 million is there. So, yes, concentrate on the global figure because it's of which, anytime you talk about of which in reading budget, it means that it's embedded in the, what do you call it, the global figure.
Speaker, the Honorable Minister, with his experience in this chamber, is right in his submissions, and I would concede to that. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a fundamental problem which is not caused by him, which is not his fault. Mr. Speaker, he refers to the committee's report. That has the right details, and I agree. Of course, he is a member of government. It is not for him to let that rotten tooth be pulled out from his mouth. I will pull that rotten tooth out. Mr. Speaker, the budget has a problem. And he remembers that when I was closing the comments on behalf of the minority, I pointed out that this budget is a cut and paste budget. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to him. You see, I would show you.
Listen in silence. Listen in silence.
Mr. Speaker, if you go into the budget, there are a lot of repetitions. And look at the figure. The minister is quoting right from the committee's report. The additions there are correct. But if you come here, you say of which, add up. This is the parent document. Mr. Speaker, you cannot place something on nothing. It will fall. This is the place where all these figures are emanating from. If it is wrong here, you can't get it right here. It means that these are new figures that are coming from somewhere. And I said it at the dispatch box, that go back to the ministry. Take your time and read your budget again and correct these figures. The minister is right. If we add up in the report, we would get the figure in the appropriation right. By the way, why are you burdening me? I'm not even a finance person and I'm educating you guys on finance. I didn't do finance and you couldn't add up your own figures in the parent budget. Mr. Speaker, this is simple mathematics. If you add up the 37, if you compare to 37 to the other paragraphs, they add up. The 38, the figures are missing. You say there's no compensation. Meanwhile, in the committee's report, it's been provided for. The compensation must come from the budget. So one would ask, where did it come from? So you as leader of government business should only give assurance to the House that these errors will be corrected so that we make progress. But don't attempt to force your way. Otherwise, we will challenge this committee report, because this committee report and its details are not founded in this parent document.
They are not there. So
it is the budget that goes to the committee for us to consider the estimates. These are basic 189. This is basic.
Very, very basic.
That's why you must listen to the minority.
The mighty minority.
These are basic, which you should get right. And when we are correcting you, you won't listen. Mr. Speaker, the minister has made a good point, and I'm reasonable enough to appreciate where he's coming from. But only if the majority front bench will be gracious enough to concede that their budget has a problem. Your budget has a problem. Your budget has a problem. You didn't take your time to read over, go through the budget. You just brought it here to do your normal propaganda. Now you are exposing yourself.
It's okay.
Now you've been exposed.
It's okay.
Now you've been exposed.
They are begging. They are begging.
Honourable members, I think we have even concluded the debate. So I intend to put a question. After this elaborate explanation by the minority leader, what else do you have to say on the motion? Yes?
I don't know why these two gentlemen are up on their feet. You should know when you have no case.
You see,
should know, listen.
In order to avoid three people standing, let me put a question.
Mr. Speaker, I know the circumstances we're in, but Mr. Speaker, only if they will concede that their budget. Oh, you want to correct me? Mr. Speaker, if he says he wants to correct me,
Honorable
no
Minority Leader, you know I don't have the power to judge. So all I need to do is for the motion before us to be debated. And your debate has concluded everything. Minority Leader, your debate has concluded everything. So we'll have to. So you want to debate again? As to whether this correction should be made or should not be made. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Your microphone. Microphone.
Mr. Speaker, I do know that the minority leader is a lawyer. Yes. He's not a finance person. Neither is he a mathematician. What is here is a presentation issue. Everything is here. What is here is exactly what is here. Let me educate you. I will explain it. You said you were trying to educate us. So I think we need to give you a better education on this. Okay, Mr. Speaker, what is here is exactly right. The two figures you see there, that comes to 64. Comes to 64 million. It's basically goods and services and capex. When you look at the other ones, which is to do with which has been put together, that is the National Intelligence Bureau and the National Signals Bureau. It's all been put together, and that is part of. If you look at page 184, you realize that on research department, there is no figure for compensation because that compensation figure is already part of the figure above it. They have put the compensation on this together. That's what it is. Look, go back to all the budget that we've done. You realize that this is keep repeating itself. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing here that is different from what is on this paper. It's exactly the same thing.
Very well.
He's just misreading it and misleading the House. That's what my information here, they're both the same information. There's nothing absolutely wrong here. So don't tell us that this budget is not being presented. It's been presented absolutely the way it's been done for years. And the only thing they've done here is that they've gone further to break down. But the budget has actually put the sums together. So on one line, the same figure that you see, which is 3.7 billion, and it's repeated now because the top one is the total for everything. The second one is a breakdown of the bureau one together, and they have separated the research one. The only thing is that compensation for the whole thing, the National Security Council, is put together. These are cost centers, and the figures have been put at different cost centers, but salaries, compensation are paid as one bulk, and that is why it sits in one place. There's nothing wrong with these figures here. You are not a finance person. Please don't try to be and mislead the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
So,
these are reputational issues.
So,
Permit me.
if I want to understand, the compensation for people at the research department, are they not part of the national security?
Mr. Speaker.
The research department, the employees.
Mr. Speaker, please kindly hear me. The Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, who is a finance person, has explained something to us. I disagree on the very foundation upon which he mounted his explanation. Let's go back to it. Mr. Speaker, we have paragraph 38. 38 has a global figure, and sub to that it has introduced cost centers, and it is the additions that are made that sum up to the global figure. Is that not so? Now, you have introduced
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, I'll give you the floor after him, so hold it. I would give you the floor after him with all due respect so that you can counter. Please, Minority Leader, kindly be brief.
Mr. Speaker, the cost centers that Mr. Speaker, the cost centers that have been introduced are supposed to add up to the global figure that has already been introduced. Good. If that is so, under the cost centers, we have two items that have been introduced. Two. Therefore, these two cost centers must add up to make the 3.7. Is that not so? Now, first, you have National Security Headquarters and agencies. It introduces it, add it to the research department. Forget about the compensation. I would concede on the compensation. But if you add up the two, you don't get what has been provided for. Meanwhile, what the minister explained, which is in the report, is different from here because that provides details of the various departments. Let me make my point. The committee's report gives a complete breakdown of the cost centers. It gives us the breakdown, whereas in the budget, it provided for only two cost centers. Only two. That is why I'm saying that go to 37. When you go to 37, you have a detailed breakdown of all the agencies. Why is it that when it gets to the 38, only two agencies are introduced, but when you go to the committee's report, the committee rather has all the cost centers? That is what I want him to clarify.
I will give the floor to Honorable Dr. Zaneto.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. If the Minority Leader will kindly look at page 184, the number 38, National Security Council gives the global figure, of which National Security Council headquarters and agencies, which is still that global figure, of which RD is then presented, because RD is always separate, because it finds itself under a different ministry. So that's why it's been put outside where it is. So it's actually presented correctly. If you look at it, it's not a repetition. National Security Council is the umbrella agency under which you have the headquarters and agencies, which still presents that global figure. And that's broken down, of which you have research department, and that's where the 64 million plus comes from.
Mr. Speaker, well explained. My question, therefore, the 64,910, is it part of the 3751733,088?
That's correct. And if you have this version of the budget that's relating to the specific, the estimates, it's also the estimates, the breakdown specific for the sector. On this page here, I can show it to you as well. It actually breaks it down exactly into that, where you have the research department broken into the goods and services, which is the 54,910,351, and the capex, which is the 10 million, and that adds up to the 64.
The respected chair of the committee is right. I have the estimates, yes, that version. But you see, it still doesn't answer the fundamental question in the main budget. Mr. Speaker, it's not politics we're doing. Yes, it's not politics we're doing. It is the issue at stake which must be acknowledged and rectified. You need to rectify this. It's something that has to be done. You can't get it right in other document, then here put all of them together. Listen, in other paragraphs, you have itemized them and created cost centers for each one of them. But when it gets here, you've said, and it had agencies. Then you give us a global figure. That explanation, I buy it, but you are supposed to give a breakdown. You are saying the previous budget, this is how it is. I'm sorry. It is not the case. It is not the case. If you say no, please. If I came into this house with you together, don't say you've been in this house long ago. But that's what you say. We came together. And I got into leadership long before you. And right here in this room, I'm the senior most. All of you
Honorable,
here, I'm your senior.
members,
You know
may
that.
I respectfully,
Yes, that's a fact.
humbly ask
I'm your
that
most senior in leadership, you know.
you should both resume your seats. Honorable members, both of you should resume your seats. Honorable members, both of you should resume your seats. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. And that this honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Security and Intelligence on the allocation of the sum of 3,751,733,088 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Security Council for the year ending 31st December 2026. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we want to end the business of today on this one. And since we've been here for 5 hours. Mr. Speaker, we've been here for 5 hours, so actually we are in your hands. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable members, 45 by standing order 56-2. I would proceed to adjourn the House. This House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, the 17th day of December 2025 at 12 o'clock in at 12 o'clock noon.